Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? It's been a crazy, crazy day. I still don't have a proper boom emoji for you guys because I'm a slacker and because I had stuff to do and because it was crazy. And yeah, um, it was funny. I had to, I'm doing work and listening along and making timestamps and doing all the things. And then I got pulled into a meeting, and when I pulled out or came out of the meeting, everyone was going insane because it was the last 10 minutes. And I went, I got to watch this. I got to see what the heck is going on because, yeah. Elf Wiggins says, I do love the signature 2 seconds of staring at the camera before the boom. That's not intentional. That is something with StreamYard not syncing things up because, unless it's before I don't know where the 2 seconds is. Is it does that happen before the countdown thing or does that happen? Where does that happen? So, I don't know where that's occurring, but I'm like, okay, that's a problem. I got to track that down and fix it. Hey, Glare, good to see you. So, we got a whole bunch of things going on. I got to set up goals, and this goal is brought to you by, why is the chat weird? No, that's not who it's brought to by. Why is the chat weird? That's very odd. Okay, now the chat is better. Okay. Between the fuse burning and the boom. Okay, so StreamYard isn't showing me the appropriate timing. It's showing it as running out on my end, and then apparently there's like 2 seconds of gap. Okay. I changed the UA. How did I change wait, why is my name on here? I didn't mean to change the UA. I didn't mean to change anything. Why is it showing my name? I don't want a display name. Go away. How do I make it stop? Make it stop, StreamYard. Why is that? Okay, so apparently StreamYard is now doing a stupid thing where it puts my name on, and I don't know how to make that. I don't know how to make that go away. And my chats are enormous. StreamYard, why are you doing this to me? Why? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I gotta figure out how to yell at them. All right. So apparently StreamYard has decided to do some stupid things, and I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to change all of this. So layouts. How do I remove my All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out later because I don't want my name on it. So yeah. All right, so that's new. Also, Mrs. Runkle suggested the goal for today. So she's not feeling the greatest. She's sort of under the weather. And so she was like, I want pizza. So we had pizza. And then but that also means that I've got pizza crusts, which the dogs love. So the first goal is pizza crusts for doggos. I got a few pizza crusts to hand them out. So, all right, we have the beginning of this actually starts with a something I thought was kind of interesting and something that was sort of mentioned a lot on Twitter. And the thing that was mentioned on Twitter is that there were apparently images of a rock painted with Alberts that was found at or left at 34 Fairview. Now I thought I saw that and I was like, that had to have happened after the viewing, right? No, no. That was there before the viewing and during the viewing. And we know this because the lawyers had to address it. And yes, this is the, these are for the dogs. They, so let's have a look at how they address it, because I thought this was pretty fascinating. Now I'm, okay, that works better if I actually share the stream and show you the stream. And there we go. Now I also got to see if this works with the new super chat format that they've, or the new chat format. I set this up specifically so that I could avoid. Yeah, I don't know. I hate having my name on this. I'm going to edit my name to be spacebar. There we go. It still has a little name block, but at least it's now tiny. Best I can do. I don't want to hide behind that thing, so best I can do is we're going to name me spacebar. Oh, and I'm seeing sorry for the loss. What did I miss? I am sorry, Andrew. I had pizza after, and he and I always shared a pizza slice. That is tough, Andrew. I hate, hate that moment in life when puppies passed and suddenly you're just seeing all the places they aren't. So I feel you. It's yeah. Sorry to hear that, but yep. Am I listed as a guest on my own stream? I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and
Oh, we don't want this on 1.75. We want this at 1.25.
refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is.
And I'll explain to you what a stipulation is now. A stipulation is what happens when you get the lawyers on all sides agree to a fact. And so they can then stipulate to that fact. And basically that fact is now, it is now the sort of word of God, which means that essentially it is now a fact that is the case in a trial and that juries must accept it. So stipulations are typically used for stuff you don't want to argue about, stuff that is pointless to argue about. So, for example, you might literally, sometimes, and stipulations can be, you can agree to facts that are anywhere from minor to super important, right? So, as an example, let's say that there is a stolen credit card in a case. And the question, it might be that you stipulate that this particular credit card, that this particular number belongs to the victim, right? And so we don't need to prove that. We don't need to argue about it. And why would the sides agree to do that? Well, because defense agrees to it because they know that that the prosecution is going to be able to prove it, right? So there's just no point in fighting that. There is no studio tab or style tab to be found, so I can't find that. The defense is like, there's no point fighting it. There's no reason to do it. And for the prosecution, stipulations are usually pretty good because it removes things they have to prove, right? But in this case, it's a stipulation that actually solves a problem for both sides. So both sides are like, yes, we're happy to stipulate to it. And the judge is happy to as well. So here we go.
Essentially, a stipulation really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So What the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Wiffin back, please?
All right. Why are they stipulating to this? Well, because it obviously wasn't there. And quite frankly, like, you don't want the jury to be sitting there and having the, and having them assume that John O'Keefe must have hit his head on that rock. They might, because otherwise the jury could actually include that rock in their theory of the case, right? Like, John O'Keefe, either they think that Karen Reed hit him or they think he fell or whatever. And they're like, he hit his head on that rock. Well, the rock wasn't there. So, yeah. Now, there might be an investigation into the rock because somebody put that rock there and they really shouldn't have done so. But, yeah. All right. Now, I don't know. We're going to do a little comparison here. Can I make myself even bigger? There we go. Little comparison. I forgot to shave today, and I didn't realize it until the stream was going to start in like 2 minutes. And 2 minutes is not enough time for me to shave without this shirt. Wouldn't be this shirt could have been this color even if it was a white shirt. We'll just put it that way. So, yeah, I didn't have any time to shave. Am I less sort of rough looking than Mr. Wiffin here? Who's wearing it better, Wiffin or Runkle? Okay, carrying on.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thanks. Your Honor, if I may address the court. Mr. Brendan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Wiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Why are they stipulating that into evidence? Because it's easier than having to ask Wiffin each time, is this actually your report? A lot of lawyering is just like, we'll agree to simple, basic things.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are one super chat away from the pups getting a dog or a pizza bone. Here's the thing. When I try to grow a beard, it looks bad. It just does not. I don't look good with a beard. I was growing a beard for a bit, and yeah. Oh, people were roasting you on another chat this morning for picking on this witness's beard or facial hair. Which other channel or which other chat? I'm sorry, it does not look good.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, get to the actual questions.
Which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28. Okay. And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
No, I did not. All right, so they start off giving him his report and basically saying, "Hey, can can you just have a look at it? I always like to do that too, because then it you can sort of limit the degree to which your witness just spends time going, hey, I need to check the report. You're like, I want you to be re-familiar with it and so forth. So
Died 30. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12:24:38, where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah. So at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back.
I really like Alessi's cross-examination here, because his cross-examination is very friendly. It's very conversational, but it gets them to exactly where they need to be on a lot of points, and it does a tremendous amount to undermine Wiffin's testimony. So, they say the device moving west from the roadside toward the house. This is kind of a critical thing here, because the prosecution's theory of the case, the Commonwealth theory, is basically that John O'Keefe gets out of the car and then gets smoked right away, and that he doesn't actually make it away from the roadside, right? That he moves along the roadside a little bit and then gets smoked, right? So that's their theory. If he's moving from the roadside towards the house, then their theory stops making sense, right? Their theory just doesn't. How do you end up with this guy moving towards the house if he's supposedly getting hit right on the side of the road here? So I think this is a big sort of issue there. I see people saying that he's trying to grow a beard. This is the weirdest day to decide to grow a beard. Also, we hit our goal, so let's try to give the doggos a let's see if we can give the dogs a pizza crust here. Puppies, Potter, Zora, I got pizza crust. Where's the other one? Zora, come here. Potter, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Sit. There you go. Good boy. Good girl. No, you can't have the rest of them. It's just one at a time, pups. Oh, I love you. If you ever want a friend, you need the combination of a dog and a pizza crust. Zora was very, very eager, and Potter is just like, I would like a pizza crust, please. Thank you. They're very, very sweet puppies, but Potter is very much a sort of gentle soul there. All right. The empty Coke cans in the recycling. I've never related to something so much, except my empties are Coke Zero. I need to take that out, but it's I got a bin there for the recycling. It's very convenient, but it also has dog treats in the bin because it's very convenient for that too. All right, here we go. Going back to it.
To the timeline of Mr. Wiffin that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Wiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction, as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
So this is the thing is, his timeline makes his story better than his report does. And they're going to point out this in a lot of places. It's like, oh, so you discovered this, but then you decided to fudge it for the jury here. Oh, and the other thing is I started a new goal, and the new goal is for a story time about how Mrs. Runkle doesn't need to go to the hospital. But we had a bit of confusion there. She's given permission for me to tell this story, by the way. She's like, you can tell this story. And I'm like, okay.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report. Okay. If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house.
I don't have a style tab.
However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Now, I really like the way he does his cross here, because he's he's identified that this witness is not he doesn't need to fight this witness a whole lot, but he does need to get this witness guided carefully to the things that he wants the witness to say. And so he is but he's doing so in a way that makes it sound like he's explaining this. It sounds almost like Alessi is a teacher, like he's a university professor, and he's sitting there and he's like, so I am, and it sounds like he's doing the university professor thing, and that he's getting Wiffin to just agree with him as he professors towards Wiffin. So he's like, so isn't it the case that this, and and Wiffin's like, correct. And so it makes for a very sort of educational tone. Compare and contrast this with Brennan from yesterday. Can you imagine Brennan's style on this witness for cross? You would hate it. You would hate all of that. The professor thing works way better, and he doesn't ever get to insulting this guy or anything like that. He just gets to, well, that's not correct, is it? Because you've got this and you've got that. And I really like this style. This is, it's very effective. You can't use it on every witness, though. Wiffin is very cooperative in a sense. He doesn't want to fight. He'll disagree on things where he doesn't think it helps, the point he's trying to make. But he doesn't want to fight him. He doesn't want to get into petty, it's not one of those things where he's going to deny what he had for breakfast or that kind of thing. So, you can do this in a really, sort of smooth style. Alessi is absolutely the right guy for this. So, yeah.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82.
Someone asked, is Mrs. Runkle feeling better? She's still under the weather, but I do have a funny Mrs. Runkle story for a goal.
So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 123156, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And
I also, as a Canadian, kind of appreciate a bit of the struggle that Wiffin has with converting to freedom units. Although I will say, Canadians use feet all the time. Like, all the time. Canadians will measure things in, like, centimeters and feet, and we'll measure things in, like, pounds. We buy meat by the kilogram, but we measure ourselves by the pound. So yeah.
that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand.
Arnold says, this is not what you should be, where your focus you should be on tonight. Shame on you. My dude, we are 27 minutes in, and we tend to go chronology, in a chronology in the, in this. So, I don't know what your issue is, but I'm guessing you're going to be fun in the chat. We know both. Only USA does not know both. Canadians don't necessarily know both necessarily, because if you ask a Canadian how much they weigh in kilograms, they will probably go, If you ask a Canadian how tall they are in centimeters, they'll probably go, But if you ask them, like, how big their fish was, they'll quite likely give it to you in centimeters, because centimeters is what the legal standard comes for. So Canadian measurement is, like, all over the place.
What that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolf, go back to page 29 of the.
Why does he keep calling him Mr. Wolf? I think that's twice now that he's called him Mr. Wolf. He's not Mr. Wolf. This is Mr. Wiffin. Important difference. Did you know his first name is Ian? I did. And Ian is one of those weird names because it's not so uncommon that you'll never hear, like, that you'll never meet another Ian, but it's also uncommon enough that your brain will, Mr. Wolf is the tech guy. Gotcha. He's talking to the tech guy. Gotcha. I'm like, what? Why is Mr. Wolf is another day? Why is everybody Mr. Wolf in this case?
Report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
So here's the thing. Possible always helps the defense, because the side that needs certainty is the prosecution. The prosecution always needs certain defense needs possible. And so, as an example, I'm told I'm a little quiet, so I'm gaining myself up a little bit here. So let's, for instance, let's consider a case, right? Let's consider a scenario. Let's imagine that there is video of my client, Bob, walking into a liquor store, and he points something that looks like a gun at the clerk, and then the video in the liquor store cuts out, and the clerk is later found dead and shot. All right, now they never find the gun, but they do find a bullet hole in the window, like a fresh bullet hole in the window. And so my guy's argument is, listen, I didn't shoot him. I didn't even have a real gun. I pointed an airsoft gun at him, and he gave me the stuff, and then I left with the money and some booze, and everything was good from my perspective, other than the committed a serious crime. But they say he was alive when I left him. And then I, as defense lawyer, I point out and I say, and there's also a fresh bullet hole in the window from a different direction. So, I mean, it's possible that my client shot the guy. It may even be likely that my client shot the guy. He's the only one we know was there with a gun-shaped object. Right? But it's also possible, let's say I established that there were hunters in the area. And let's say that, it might be possible, if there's no other evidence, like maybe the caliber of the firearm and that kind of thing, it might be possible that he was accidentally killed by a stray bullet. Possible. Or it might be that Bob was robbed again afterwards and shot in that circumstance. So long as there's something to ground it, the possibilities result in acquittal. The prosecution needs the certainties. So, and I saw in the chat somebody was saying that Alessi gets $1,800 an hour. That is an insane amount of money. And the even more insane thing about that, the more insane thing about about him getting $1,800 an hour is that he's actually worth it. So, yeah, I would love to ask him about that, because I've never billed that much and I am not worth that much. So, yeah. Yeah.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on.
I don't mean on this case. I believe he is doing it pro bono on this case. I just mean that normally he charges $1,800 an hour, was what somebody was saying in the chat. And, yeah, so that's, it also means that if he's doing this for free, he's providing tremendous value. So, yep.
That report in the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but correct. In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think
good equality.
that good. Your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phrase,
I love this, because there's he's mined down in this report for all of the for all of the critical things. If you didn't catch this, let's watch this one again because it's really important.
Interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
He's like, so you say the accuracy goes down because it could have been that he goes inside a building. And he's like, yes. And it could have been this building, right? Yes. The one the Commonwealth says he never went in. And he's like, yeah, it could be that building. That building, it totally could be that he went into that building. I mean, Alessi is getting some really great stuff out of this witness, and he's getting it because he went through that report in very careful detail, and he is super, super, super like prepared and diligent and detailed. And yeah, it is fascinating to me to watch, just like, you know, and the thing is this is what you got to do, but it's even, you know, it's fun to watch as a lawyer. Alessi is fun to watch because he is good at what he does. And so it's always fun to watch somebody doing good at what they doing, you know, well at what they do.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says,
Ian, not knowing 35 Fahrenheit is above freezing makes sense since his high school math was so long ago. He's the one who represents himself as a researcher when he has zero credentials. That's taboo for researcher. Here's the thing. Most of the world, it's like the US and like Burma that are non-metric. Most of the world is metric. So his high school years, freezing would have been zero, not, you know, not whatever it is in non-metric. I don't know what it is in imperial units. I know freezing as 0 Celsius because that makes sense. So this is kind of a thing. He's Canadian. I see people saying it's 32 is freezing. We don't actually use Fahrenheit for anything up in Canada. You know, I said we will measure like steaks in kilograms and, you know, people in pounds. Well, we measure nothing in Fahrenheit. Like, we just don't use Fahrenheit in Canada. So, yeah, that's just it. Why?
12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show.
And then people in the chat are pointing out to me that we do actually use Fahrenheit for some things. Our ovens are typically Fahrenheit, so we will bake things at 350 or whatever else. So, yeah. Yeah, that is very common that we'll use that for cooking.
The same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
This is really interesting because he's like, you've got these two circles. Why do you only use the one circle? And yeah, that to me is really, really interesting there. And you see also that bigger circle, what does it cover? It covers most of the house. Oh, hey, it looks like they got a pool in the backyard. That's a nice house. I'm guessing those cops make a lot of money.
Interesting and notable. You did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
See, what he's doing here is he's just calling this witness a weaselly sack of crap, right? He's like, you didn't include this timeline, or you didn't include this in your timeline, right? And he's like, did you? But he puts it as, you didn't do this. That's interesting. Brennan would have been dropping hard sarcasm on this one, unless he just does it in a very smooth kind of way. And I see people noting that the pool is filled in. Why would anybody fill in a pool? Why would anybody fill in a pool? Pools are awesome. And we got to roll this. Idiot Wind, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. I also owe you guys a fun little side story. So here's the fun little side story. Mrs. Runkle, working from home because she's feeling sick, and she was feeling, not great. So I went over and I gave her a hug, and I, wrapped my arm around her, and then I was like, you are really, really warm. We should maybe get you to a hospital because you are really, really warm. And she goes, check again. And so I go and I look, and she had a neck pad, like a thing full of beads or beans or whatever they are, that were that she had around her neck for a sore neck. And so when I went to hug her, it was really, really warm. And I was like, you have got to go to the hospital. And she's like, nah, I'm good. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I was all ready to rush her into the car and be like, you are getting we're getting you to the hospital. They're going to put you in an ice bath or something like that. Because, and I'm like, oh, that's a fun moment. And she's like, you could share that one if you want. And I was like, I think people would want that one. So yeah. I was really worried for just a little moment there. I was really worried that she might be seriously sick, and my heart just went. And then I was like, oh good, we don't have to go to the hospital. I'm sorry you still feel awful, but yeah.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Oh, that's
correct.
Fair.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And that circle includes the house. So, yeah.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
So this is really the thing where he's undermining their case, because he's saying, like, listen, shouldn't you have told the jury this? Shouldn't this have been something that, shouldn't this have been something that, that you clear up? So don't you think the jury would have liked to know that maybe could have been in the house? Yeah.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with the big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
So it looks like the phone is having a hard time deciding if it's in the house or the road. And you just didn't feel like telling the jury that this thing seems to maybe be able to be in the road or in the house? And
therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
let's just look at this again. This is one of those critical moments.
John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Well, I didn't go fact far.
Between the heighted accuracy rates, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And yes, he spells numerous to rhyme with humorous, as in the bone. Apparently the court volume is loud.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
And you see that? He's like, based on the low accuracy information, yes. And then he's like, so the answer is yes. And he says, yes. Yes, he could be in the house. And that was a lessee that was Alessi shaping, his response, because he wanted to like throw in the based on the low accuracy information, and Alessi's like, nah, you're gonna answer this the way you should. So, all right, let's jump ahead a little bit, because this is a recap, and as much as I'd love to watch his entire cross again, we're gonna watch critical moments as opposed to the entire thing.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 3156. You see that here?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 1232.03. You see that? That's Doppler?
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 1232.03 for that to happen?
Technically not.
Now, this is a problem with an expert. Experts are, by their nature, most of them are by their nature nerdy. And nerds have this, and I'm including myself in the nerdy thing. Nerds have this trait. If you say something like, so it's impossible for something to have happened, and they'll be like, well, there is this one niche weird case that, is known in the, and it's like, okay, but that's not what we're asking, right? We're asking what actually happened, not like, is there a unique case that would make it not possible? So he's like, technically not. But you can see it's very technical. He's like, I'm thinking of a very specific, use case. So,
technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
1230.
he's like, I can think of some weird, weird things, but most likely it was a person handling the phone. Okay.
204 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
And specifically, John would have to be looking at it.
Application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 1232.06. We discussed this.
So he opens his messaging app.
It says read message pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read. Next
entry, app lock.
He's like, I mean, this is a fair thing, right? Just because it's on screen doesn't mean it was read. The number of times I have, the number of times I've gotten a text message and you just like open it and then close it because it's like, I don't want to deal with this right now, is lots.
1232.09. End application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12/32/16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, I love water bottles. I love water bottles in court. They don't always have them. Sometimes they got little things. I'm a proponent of the water bottle. I'm happy to give a witness a water bottle. And the reason why is because a water bottle is sometimes a great indicator of things. Because people will sometimes use drinking as a stress relief. And so water bottles can sometimes give you a little hint into how a witness is feeling. Like if you ask them a tough question, they reach for the water bottle, you're like, landing that there. Huh, my phone is, or my door is ringing. Why is my door ringing? What is going on at my door? I'm like, why do I have somebody at my door? Give me 1 second. That is not a food delivery. It is weird things, but I very much like having a video doorbell because then I can address people and not answer the door or not open the door. It's somebody who wants to like mow my lawn, and I'm like, nah, we're good. we're all right. So people are asking, do I smoke? Not really. Yeah, it is actually 7:30. It's a weird time for them to show up.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Can
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Somebody recognizing the doorbell.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, in that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
84 feet is a fairly substantial distance. I'm like, I don't think the Commonwealth theory supports 84 feet worth of movement. So that's odd. That's weird. Where did he go that was 84 feet away from the car? And how do we imagine that Karen Reed mows him down after he makes it 84 feet from there? How do we imagine he goes 84 feet? So, yeah. 84 feet, I think, puts him inside the house, not outside the house. And you're wondering, like, hey, oh no, cringe, unsubscribed. Letty, I don't think you were a subscriber to begin with. I think you're full of shit. I think you subscribed and then, yeah. So 84 feet is interesting. The other thing, in terms of like 84 feet, what do you do when you go into a house? Well, often you take your coat off and you put your coat on like a hook, and or in a closet, and you might, for instance, leave your cell phone in the closet in your coat. Yeah, John wasn't wearing a coat. Solid. He didn't have a big coat. He had a hoodie. I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, what's going on here? Dude has a long stride if he made 84 feet in 36 steps. Apparently, Wiffin testifies to this later. He basically says that that Apple uses like location data to figure out how far you move with your average step. And so it figures out your stride. And then once it figures out your stride, it uses that for determining how far you went. So, yeah, I just, not sure. Going into a potentially hostile environment, you don't take off your hoodie and you certainly don't leave your phone unattended. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what happens with all of this? Like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's going on here. So, yeah.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files?
No one's asking you if you're dating, sir. He's asking, did you work with him? So,
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
he called him Nick. He called him Nick. Oh my God, they're on a first name base. Nobody cares. I mean, Brennan tried to make huge hay about like you know, he called him Alan, didn't he? Now, you know, he's like, we didn't work together, but Nick sent me a thing. This is kind of interesting here because it's, you know, Alan, for somebody you're talking to a lot, is like, okay, but he's saying we didn't work together, but he calls him Nick. Not Nicholas, like Trooper Nicholas Garino, which is what I'm sure is in all of his like email, his email signature and so forth. He just calls him Nick. So I'm like, huh. Yeah, and somebody in the chat pointing out they also call him they call Brennan Hank. So it's funny how much you have Brennan going and making a whole lot of hay about this. And yeah, it's weird. It's a thing. So
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I mean, Nick is kind of an interesting aspect there. So yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report. Mr. Wiffin,
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Not sure what the objection is. He says to form. I'm not seeing it, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
He's like, yep, that takes us right into the house. Yep. He's being real cooperative. He's just like, he's just not having any issue here. He's like, yep, that puts it in the house. Yeah, let's jump ahead a little bit here.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately the date?
So this is interesting because they've got this experiment, and the experiment involves putting this thing into a freezer, putting the cell phone into a straight up freezer. Now, freezers are interesting because freezers have a set temperature, and but if you've ever had a freezer, you also know that the freezer doesn't necessarily, how do I put this? They're not necessarily even on the temperature. A freezer isn't necessarily a consistent temperature. Everybody's had a freezer that gets different temperatures in different spots in it. And Faith, you're saying, please see my previous question. I don't see it. I'm having a hard time finding it, Faith, because they just scroll past sometimes. So have you ever seen a trial where the judge does not want counsel to elaborate on their objections? I've never seen this before. It is odd, but it's not universally odd. What I would say is that where I am, the way you do it is you would object, and you'd give a very short statement as to your objection. You'd just be like, objection leading, something like that, or objection hearsay, objection stupid. Well, maybe not that one. So how exactly do you measure battery temperature? I'm guessing they just put a thing on that one. Faith asked if Celebrate could be liable if someone was falsely incarcerated. Maybe. It's hard for them to be liable, but it's possible. So, yeah.
It's a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing.
So this was the first thing where, I literally did the when I was watching this, because he's like, I'm doing this scientific testing. I'm doing this, whatever. And it's like, okay, cool. That's excellent. And so then he's like, what is the temperature inside the freezer? And he says, I don't know. It was freezing. And it's like, okay, we got that because it's a freezer. But wouldn't it be good to actually know the temperature that you're working on with this? Because different temperatures matter. You know, if you're wondering, hey, why does it matter? Well, think about this. I got a beer-like product here. It's beer-ish. If I want it to get cold, it will get colder faster if I put it in the freezer than it will if I put it in the fridge. Even if I'm only trying to get it down to not actually frozen, but it gets colder faster in the freezer. And like, if we imagine the most ridiculous scenario, let us say we take it to one of the labs that does work on like superconductors. One of the labs that gets close to absolute zero. You know, the labs where we get things cold enough that physics starts to be awkward. You know, the kind of lab where it's like, if we want it to get any colder, you guys have to stop talking because the movement of noise is making heat that is a problem for this. And then you put your beer in that, right? And you just set a beer in that. Well, it's gonna get colder faster in that than it will in my home freezer. And this is the problem with forensic science, is that forensic science is often not scientific in the slightest. Was it the Murdaugh trial with the guy who was like, yeeting his phone? He's like, I'm going to do me some science. Yeet with the phone. That's not science. That's fucking around. That's not anything. So it's like, you got to check all of this. You got to know what you're looking at. And yeah.
Sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about it.
No.
Let's look at some of the data.
I would have asked him, the next thing I would have asked him when he said nothing special about the freezer, I would have asked him, was there anything else in the freezer? Was there anything else in the freezer? Because you know what I bet is also in the freezer? I bet this guy's lunch is in the freezer, or like his meat. I'm guessing that this guy just used his like home freezer and stuck it in there. So it's like right next to, some Hot Pockets or whatever. Is it, is your research experiment next to the Hot Pockets?
That you have from it. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees.
He's like, if that's okay with you, because I know you're Canadian. And I would have been like, I would prefer Celsius if we can.
Correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
He's like, I'm fine with your conversions. Now, here's the thing. If I was going to be doing this study, and I'm not because they wouldn't let me, But if I was going to be doing this study, the first thing I'm doing is I'm calling up Brennan and I'm saying, I need to expense a really big freezer. And Brennan would be like, how big, Haas big do you need? And I'd be like, I need a freezer that is at least big enough to throw a person in. And he'd be like, why? Now I'm probably like buying some freezer time at like a testing facility, because they make testing facilities for like coats and stuff like that. So that's the first step. The second step is I'm looking at meteorological data to figure out how cold it was at this particular time at this particular day. I am getting exactly how cold it was. Because if we're figuring out how long to die in the snow, we need to figure out how cold. So, there we go. I am then going out with some dirt, and I'm putting like 2 feet of dirt into this freezer. And then I am going to go and get a bunch of gelatin or something equivalent, maybe like a pig corpse. And I am heating the pig corpse to exactly body temperature. And then I'm throwing a hoodie on the pig corpse. I am taking the phone, I'm sticking it under the pig, and I'm putting the pig on top of it, and I'm measuring temperatures. And all of this sounds like the dumbest thing ever, but at least at this point, we were generating a test which actually seems to go closer to what they're thinking happened. And then I'm trying this without the pig body to be like, hey, does this go colder faster or no? I'm trying this, off the ground. I'm trying this all of, sorts of different things. I see people saying the pig isn't big enough. I would try to figure out like something of the appropriate size. Health Wiggins is saying, and this is why Ian wouldn't be called on cases like this, because that would freak out the jury. I mean, in theory, you could do this with just like a trash bag full of meat. That is a phrase I didn't think I'd be uttering, a trash bag full of meat. But, we're just like, okay, let's do a proper test of this. Let's do an actual checking on this, and we're going to actually see, does this matter? Because this whole thing of like, I just put it in the freezer, I am like, I don't think that's good enough, right? I don't think that is acceptable. And the thing is that when we are sitting there, when we're sitting there saying like, hey, listen, we are gonna potentially put a woman in jail for life, like forever. We're gonna like, and we're gonna do it just on the basis of like, I put this in my freezer at home. Like, no, let's actually do some real testing on this, and let's do some actual evaluation, because and maybe run the study more than once. Maybe just see like, how does it affect it if you put a warm body on top of it? Does that matter? How does it affect it if you put a if it's just laying in the snow? How does it affect it if it's all sorts of different things? And be like, let's actually try testing this shit out. Let's actually like get some data to confirm this. But the thing is that the government typically doesn't want this level of analysis. Why don't they want this level of analysis? Because the more testing you do, the more analysis you do, eventually you might come up with something where it's like, this doesn't actually fit our theory. And then you got a problem, because yeah. Carolyn, Was your freezer even locked, or were the kids grabbing popsicles during your test period? You're sitting there like telling the kids, like, kids, you got to stop grabbing popsicles. Daddy's doing a murder investigation. Daddy's doing a murder investigation. Please don't grab a popsicle. You might accidentally blow up. Oh my God. Yeah.
Let me just make sure I have a moment, Your Honor.
So he's doing the math too, the lawyer there. All right, let's jump ahead a little bit.
3.33, that's
Correct.
and the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 1237, 1253, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to...
Now, keep in mind, later on, he's going to say that he didn't think temperature matters for all of this, all of this testing. But Brennan then goes and says, well, what if there's a body on it? What if the temperature's different? What if all of this? And I'm like, wouldn't it be good if we're doing a murder investigation to actually figure this out? Right? Wouldn't that be good? And Blythe asks, why did phone companies stop allowing us the ability to take the battery out of our phones? Oh, that's an easy thing. It's because the battery is one of those components that will inevitably fail in a phone, notwithstanding the fact that you don't do anything wrong to the phone. And so if you can replace the battery easily, then you can just replace the battery and keep using the phone. But if you cannot replace the battery, then you have to replace the entire phone. And the phone company makes a whole pile of money, and we fill our landfills with very expensive garbage. So it is entirely designed to make you throw out your phone, notwithstanding that it's a very valuable piece of electronics and it's full of, rare earths and all of this stuff. And yeah, it's just for planned obsolescence reasons.
Even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees. That's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, it's a bit below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
I know a lot of Americans were super incensed about this. And I'm like, I don't think it's a big thing. I'm sorry. I just don't think it's a big thing here. He's Canadian. If he needed that information, he would look it up. But he knows what freezing is in Canadian. He just doesn't know the conversion to American. So that's it.
So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
but much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
So, I mean, the problem is that we don't actually know much about this, and not knowing what the story is here should benefit the defense. The problem is that jurors don't tend to think like this. Jurors tend to go like, well, the defense didn't prove that it wasn't outside. And the thing is it's like, well, okay, but it's not the defense's job to prove that it wasn't outside. It's the Commonwealth's job to prove what happened. And this is why I rage as a defense lawyer, because I know that at the end of the day, this should be incredibly damaging to a jury, and it probably won't. Because I'm like, what happened to his phone? I don't know. He walked 84 feet, and then his phone got colder, and I don't know why it got colder. And the Commonwealth doesn't know why it got colder. They've got a guess, but they don't know. They don't have a proof on it. Yeah, it's...
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
Here's the thing. When he's doing 2 separate comparisons, he already clearly thinks that the temperature is important. Otherwise, why would you do the 2 comparisons? If you're like, I didn't think it would matter. I didn't think it would, if I could accept, I didn't think it would matter if he hadn't actually already done the 2 comparisons that show it matters, and he did the 2 comparisons because he thought it would matter. And then he's like, no, I'm not going to do the one that actually gets us to the issue there, because I'm worried it might generate information that would hurt the case. So, yeah.
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
If it wasn't relevant, why did you test on that specific detail by doing 2 different things with 2 different temperatures? If you didn't know whether it was in a pocket, why wouldn't you call up Brennan and go, Hanky, I got a question. This phone was found. Do you know what temperature, like, the weather was that day? Okay, cool. I'm writing this down. Was it found in a pocket? Did it have a case on it? Okay. The case, was it like Sailor Moon? What kind of case is this?
Tell me more about what you found. What kind of object was it? Was the case specifically designed?
My phone is doing weird things. My phone started trying to talk to me. So I'm like, what is this actually doing, right? What is, you can call Hank. You can ask him these questions. You're the expert. You can be like, hey, was it in a pocket? What was going on with it? Can you send me like a picture of the case just so that I can see what kind of case it was. And then you could buy that same case. I'm sure you could. You go on Amazon, you like buy that case, and you just like plug it in, and off you go. Why do experts suck so much? And the thing is I didn't butt dial, I butt chat GPT'd, I think. So it didn't call anybody. I haven't actually butt dialed as in like a phone call in like a decade. So yeah. Oh, Mufasa's illegitimate son. I made it to alive. How you doing, Runkle? Just found out mom is officially cancer-free. Congratulations. That is awesome. So that is fantastic. All right, let's keep going here. And I got in Smolin.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery.
It happened to them in the court too. Somebody else had something to speak up in court.
One sec, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough
He's allowed to ask
do
for
two
more
test
information.
scenarios, important enough
He's
to
allowed
put it
to
in a
ask.
slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As part of my
And this was interesting because you hear Alessi go, wait, there were discussions? Tell me more, because this is news to me. And yeah, I also started the goal again for the pizza bones. If I do something that will annoy Fightbot just once, will I get into any lasting trouble? No, Fightbot is very forgiving. So you should be okay.
preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
with? Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
yes.
You discussed
With Hank. Once again, Hank, who has been all about the, oh, you called him Alan, is, his witness is going, Hank. And this is, when a witness doesn't want to say a name like this, when he's like, Hank, and you're like, can you clarify who's Hank? Hank, last name, right? What's Hank's last name? And he calls out the hesitation. He's like, you're hesitating and I can't hear you. Can you speak up? Sarah Gould, if we hit the Pizza Bones goal, we will try to bring Zora out and hopefully get you guys to see a good shot of Zora here. So, yeah.
temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial?
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went.
See, the thing is he's able to sort of express incredulity without getting into like being a shit. And that's an important skill, because he's just going and he's like, oh, you didn't think this was important? Huh. As opposed to like that really sarcastic, shitty sort of thing. Also, yes, Potter is a giant dog. Potter is huge. The other fun thing about Potter is that every once in a while, Potter gets snuggly. Not often. Potter usually likes his own space, but every once in a while, Potter gets snuggly. And so as the weather gets nicer, we are going to set up a hammock more often. I like to have a hammock in the backyard. And at one point, I'm sitting in the hammock, and yes, there are member emojis. Yep. And so Potter decided that he wanted to climb into my lap and like nap on me in the hammock. And he was very big, and I was very concerned that the hammock might fail. Somebody said, how big is he? He's about 120, 130 pounds. He's a big pup. And I saw somebody saying that I need to get a Neapolitan Mastiff. I want to get a Neapolitan Mastiff. Just Neapolitan Mastiffs are big. big. I also want to get a Newfoundland dog. Those are great big doggos as well. So yeah, I like big dogs.
Through, you may recall in my questioning in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
That was a question that wasn't really intended to be a question. So yeah.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located, you didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all.
Basically, you didn't mention that you did these experiments at all. Have you considered getting a Pyrenees mix? Potter has some Pyrenees in him. Potter is a mutt. Potter is like a great big mutt with bit of everything. So, but he's got a lot of what's the dog? The Saint Bernard. He's got a fair bit of Saint Bernard in him, and so that sort of helps determine his face shape because a lot of Saint Bernard. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit to here-ish.
You use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted. That data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbright create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction...
So let's talk a little bit about hashtags and so forth. So, hashtags. Every time, lots of stuff on computers is done with hashtags, and the critical sort of element on that is basically that a hash, how do I describe this? A hash is a one-way transformation, or sorry, a hash value, hashtag. I put in my notes hashtag to make fun of Brennan, and it screwed me up. My note to make fun of Brennan screwed me up. So a hash value. Hashing is a one-way transformation of complicated data to something simple, and it gets you, so you might have like a 60 gigabyte file, and then you run it through a hashing algorithm, and it generates a number, like a code that might be 20 characters long, right? So instead of, now it's a one-way transformation. You can't take that 20 character thing and turn it back into the 60 gigabytes of data. It's just not possible, right? It's not that we have that level. We don't have that level of compression. So it doesn't save all of the data. It just is a one-way transformation. But that transformation should be unique or close to unique. So what that means is that that 60 gig, 60 gig of data that produces that hash, ideally, no other combination of data on the planet will produce that same hash. That hash is entirely unique. In practice, you can get collision states where two different things could theoretically generate the same hash, but that should be sufficiently rare as to be non-existent. And so when we compare it to a fingerprint, we're really comparing it to the ideal of fingerprints, right? The ideal that essentially no two pieces of data should generate the same, thing. And it should be so unlikely that they do that we can essentially rely on it. Why is this useful? Well, let's say I want to send some data to, Valkyrie Arts. And I'm worried that the data might get corrupted along the route, right? That it might get messed with. And so I send Valkyrie Arts not just the data, but I also send a hash value. And the hash value should be such that when Valkyrie Arts gets the data, they can generate the same hash. They can run it through the hashing algorithm. And then they can see, okay, does the hash I generated off this data match the hash that Runkle generated off this data? And if it does, they can be pretty sure that this data is unaltered, right? Whereas if something has flipped a single bit in that data, a single little tiny whatever has gotten changed in there, then it should generate a different hash. And this is even more important when you're talking about data that somebody might have an interest in corrupting. So let's imagine a scenario where there's been a murder, and it turns out the murderer is a police officer, and we don't know that at the time. But the police officer works, at the police station where police officers do police business, and they gain access to the evidence. And so the police officer gets into the evidence, goes in, and they alter the data. Like they just go in and they take this one video, or they take an email of themselves threatening the deceased, and they delete that email. That one email they just delete. Gone, right? Securely delete. The thing is that should get discovered, because when they run the hash value again on that computer, it should come up as this no longer matches. Something has changed. Somebody has fucked with this. And then you can go and do an investigation and be like, all right, who could have messed with this? Who could have screwed with this? Hash values are incredibly important in a whole lot of scenarios. And hash values are also used in places where you don't even realize they're being used. So, I've talked about all of these places where you might explicitly use a hash value, where you might intentionally do so. But hash values also get used in all sorts of unexpected other places. So let's imagine that you are, when you are on your computer and it says, do you want to update this application? Yes, no. And you say yes. And it downloads an update package to update your thing. It probably checks the hash of the package once it's downloaded to make sure that the thing you downloaded that it's about to install into your computer is actually what it's supposed to be. Like, make sure there wasn't some corruption on it. When you have a password, every time you have a password, if that password system was not set up by a moron, and unfortunately some of them are set up by morons, but if it wasn't set up by a moron, then in theory, those passwords should not actually be saved. What should be saved is a hash instead of the password. And so let's imagine that like I log into a computer, like I sign up for a new computer setup and I'm like, okay. And it's like, what is your username? And I'm like, Runkle. And I never actually used Runkle as my username, but let's imagine I'm using Runkle as my username. And it goes, okay, what do you want for a password? And I say, Bob did it, 1 exclamation mark. And it goes, okay. Now it doesn't actually save in their system, Bob did it, 1 exclamation mark, which would not be a good password. But what it saves is it takes the Bob did it, 1 exclamation mark, it hashes it, and then it saves the hash. And the reason why is that then if they get hacked, they can't turn those hashes into a password easily. It's possible, but not easily. But when I go to log in, I go and I'm like, hey, I want to log in. And it says, what's your password? And I put Bob did it, 1 exclamation mark. And it just hashes whatever I enter. And then it checks that against the stored hash. And if they match, then it lets me in. Now, this also explains, by the way, why when you, like, let's say you forget your Gmail password or whatever, right? You forget your password to whatever. And then you say, you click the forgot password button. And what you think would be most convenient is if they could just tell you what your password was. You're like, hey, can you just remind me what was my password? My password, and it would, and, have the system send you a thing that says, Bob did it, 1 exclamation mark. The thing is if they've got their password set up not incompetently, they cannot send that to you. All they can do is set you a new password. And so, that's all they can do. If you find a place that can actually send you your password, don't use them. They're not secure. It's concerning. So, yeah. I'm not a tech expert. I am sufficient enough to manage there. So, yeah, so the hash values are super important here because they are like essentially, they're essentially your security thing. They actually compare them to the seal on a jar or a bottle of ketchup, right? Where they say like, this is a security seal. If it's broken, if you get a different hash, then you've got a different security thing. Ice Guy says, now discuss salting. All right. So are you trying to test me or do you actually want to know about salting? Salting for passwords is, so I already discussed how hashes are one way. So let's say somebody gets in, they hack a system and they steal the list of hashes, right? They steal all of the usernames and the list of hashes. And so now they've got Ian, like the Runkle account and a hash. And the thing is that they're assuming that I might use that password in more than one place because lots of people do. It's not good practice, but they assume that that is what I'm doing. So what do? They then start attacking those hashes. They start generating passwords, and they might use something called a rainbow table, which is sort of pre-calculated tables of all of this in order to try to figure out which passwords generate those hashes. And if they can do that, then they can get into it. So salting is that before it generates the hash that they save with my computer, they put in some other bogus data that is not my password. It's extra data. That's the salt. And so they put the salt on the password, and that extra data means that it's harder to reverse extract or figure out what the password was from those stored hashes. So salting is also something that you want in a good setup. And hopefully I have passed the test on the salting. Salting, by the way, is also completely irrelevant to the Karen Reed trial, so we're gonna keep going. All right.
File has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine
Wait, this,
whether,
I just want to go back to this.
and there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
I mean, there might be more than one, but like you have to do it in a forensically sound way, right? It's not like, oh, there's a bunch of different, like, no, there's, yeah, you got to do it in a forensically sound way. Jerf says, take my salt money. You got it all right. Thank you. I just, I'm interested in the topic, but I'm not a computer guy at all.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And this is where my notes said, make fun of Brennan for saying hashtag. And then I effed myself because my notes put hashtag in my brain. And then I did the stupid thing because my brain and, oh man, that's sad.
Hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA-256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash.
I would have gone with Tylenol. And then I would have said, or do you call it paracetamol? Just to be a dick because he's got a British accent. But I would have been like, the seal on a Tylenol bottle where, you're not supposed to use it if you don't get there. And I see we hit the goal. I will get the dogs a pizza crust shortly.
Value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container in that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love that.
Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Why does this matter? Well, because with the extraction on Jen O'Keefe's phone, we do not have a preserved hash value. It probably has some hash tags on it in their, in her texts and her tweets, like, Hoss long to die in the cold, hashtag, I'm not even gonna. Yeah. But yeah. Coding Light says, as a tech expert, I give you a solid A for a layman explanation. That's about as good as I can get, because if you start asking me about like implementation, I'm completely sunk on that. All right, so let's give the let's give the pups a pizza bone here. All right, we're going to embiggen so that folks can see. I'm going to unmess my hair out of my eyes because that was the first thing I managed to do. I'm going to make sure I'm not flashing anybody as I get up. Puppies, pizza crust. They know that word, by the way, and I can hear them start moving. Hey, Potter Bear, come here. Oh, Zora is cute. Potter. Potter. Why are you nervous? Why are you nervous? Come on, Potter. Come on. Come on. Why are you being all nervous? Zora. Okay. Good pup. Shoo, shoo. You had yours. Potter, come on. Come here, buddy. What's with the skittish? Come on. Why are you being all skittish? Oh, I know what's bothering you. I know what's bothering you. I figured out what's bothering Potter. I figured out what's bothering Potter. I know what's bothering him. So it's starting to get a little warmer in the house, and I had a break earlier and I was playing computer, and because I was playing computer, because I was playing on the computer, it got hot in here. And so I turned on the air conditioning. And he doesn't like the sound of the air conditioner. He doesn't like the sound of the vacuum, and he even less likes the sound. Well, not even less. He'll like leave the area entirely if there's the vacuum on, but the air conditioner, he's like, nope, don't like that. It's making noises. So yeah. He's like, nah. I'm like, why are you being so weird? Because normally he'll just come right up in the so yeah. He likes cold. He just doesn't like the sound of the like fan. Same way he doesn't like I think it's probably generating all sorts of noises that he can hear that I can't. So all right, let's keep going.
It's essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So there's insight. Well, essentially, but
we're gonna go back a little bit.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
220 asserts the dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
He understands that there's a dispute.
So
there's, as to what time this was.
There are various data
I need another
forensic
goal here.
tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes,
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer, but yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So there's Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools.
Two different versions of the same tool. You mean like Brendan and Lally or Brendan and Lally? I had to.
From other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
I like how he's just like, yep, they're also good.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
From the last year. What happened in the last year that would cause that timestamp to get cause them to remove that timestamp? Oh, right, it's because of this trial. Now, keep in mind, Michael, I'm using you as an example here. If Michael decides he wants to buy a copy of Celebrite, he probably can't, unless he's in the industry. I can't buy a copy of Celebrite if I'm like, hey, Celebrite, I would just like to start looking at some phones. They're going to be like, hey, Runkle, go F yourself. They basically deal with police forces. They deal with, this kind of thing. And that gives them kind of an incentive. Celebrite, one of the things that they market, or one of the things that helps them sell their stuff, is that it helps them get convictions. And that's kind of the thing, is that if they are unable to get convictions, if their case famously blows up a conviction, that's bad. So they're like, take out that info. It's a problem. So yeah. It's you get this with certain experts who only provide expertise to governments, and they start just their opinion is always that the government is right, and that's concerning. So yeah,
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
Also, I've got a new goal for talking a little bit about a scam I got at my house, and just talking about the scam, so that maybe you guys don't run into the scam.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company.
It's like, oh, our data was, or our machine was throwing out a an inconvenient thing, so we decided to change it so it wouldn't do that anymore. This to me feels like so I was staying with somebody at one point, and he was talking about how he had this machine in his house that kept generating a really annoying noise. And I'm like, oh, how'd you fix that? And the way he fixed that was he went in and he cut the speaker on this machine. And I was like, oh, what kind of machine is it? Chat, can you guess what machine was generating a really annoying noise that he decided to cut the speaker of to fix the problem? Can you guess? Somebody says smoke alarm. Smoke alarm is not the right answer, but it's close. There we go. Carbon monoxide detector. If you said carbon monoxide detector, you are correct. It was a carbon monoxide detector that was generating an annoying noise, and so he cut the speaker on it. So anyway, I didn't stay there. I was like, I'm gonna get a hotel, and I kind of chewed him out for like, you need to not do this. And so anyway, I was like, I'm getting a hotel, and he's like, you're being a big baby, whatever. I'm like, you need to call somebody. And so anyway, he called in the furnace guy to check because the furnace company also did carbon monoxide checking. Anyway, his furnace was leaking dangerous levels of carbon monoxide. And so he stayed in the hotel too while they fixed that. Somebody says, how do you cut the speaker on something that small? He opened it up and cut it. So he disabled the carbon monoxide detector rather than actually fixing the thing. So anyway, to sort of reconnect this to the point, when we have this guy at Celebrate saying, hey, it's generating it's generating this report. And he's like, we fixed it by making sure it wouldn't give you that report anymore. And I'm like, or maybe it's actually generating, like maybe it's actually a problem here. So yeah. And no, it wasn't when I was staying with Rob. So
Removed it.
Yes.
After the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other physical analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist.
And the thing is that even if you're saying one tool showed it and the other tool didn't, it would still show that you removed that you made this change right around the time of the trial, right? So, yeah.
Anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
Could I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
That, as Emily likes to say, the shit is out of the horse on that one. The shit on the first trial in this trial is so far out of the horse that the horse has been turned inside out, and you cannot put shit or horse back together again because it's gone, right? Like every second witness has said the first trial. That one's done, right? It's over. It's done. And yeah. Thanks for the visual, lol. Sorry. All right, we are at 0 out of 10 on the goal, so we're not going to do the sideline here. All right, why are they bringing Karen Reed up for this? I don't know. This is interesting because it's sort of an objection on the judge's own motion. I don't know what the objection or what the issue is, but you know, it's just on the judge's own motion. They don't actually. Brennan doesn't object to that. So, all right, we got the media people, HP, an Apple laptop. I don't know what that one is. We got that guy. I think that's Mr. Wolf there, I guess, on the screens. Oh, she goes to all sidebars.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one celebration.
I think the judge must have told him to stop saying first trial and to instead start saying first, like first proceeding, first hearing, like whatever else. So, yeah.
Right, forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could.
He's like, I'm not asking you to explain. I'm asking you to answer my questions. Answer the question. Don't, this is not you get free time. This is not play time. This is you answer questions time.
Just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they
But
can
they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Just finish the answer.
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr.
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case.
So this is all interesting, and even more interesting, this guy's got his own what is it? He's got his own company. That also creates some interesting things there. All right. Let us zoom a little bit ahead. We're gonna go to here.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you.
Horse in the race. Yep. Poop in the horse. This goal is not goaling. We're just going to end it, I think. I feel like this expression right here is just a man who very much wants to be somewhere else. Like, he's just like, I would love to be gone. He's like thinking of Bermuda right now, or maybe Aruba.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave three possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occured, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
This is brilliant. This is so much. This is one of those moments that I'm just like, oh my God.
And that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't.
This is on 1.25
with certainty.
Maybe we'll just maybe for this. Whoop! Just exited full screen. We don't want to do that. We want to do this one speed.
Cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair?
He's like, I have an idea of how it occurred, but I can't. It doesn't actually work.
Say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs.
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable.
Yes.
Under the circumstances.
Yes.
Did you catch that? Let's
Deletion occurs.
That's fair.
And you
Replicate it. So my idea is
Watch this again.
unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubt
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
So you have doubt about this, yes, and that doubt is reasonable. And it's like, yes, okay, so you have reasonable doubt, jury, wink, wink, wink. This is the moment when Alessi is like, somebody hand me a microphone so that I can drop it. Getting the Commonwealth's own expert to use the phrase reasonable doubt is like, that is the moment where you're just like, you know what? It's not a moment that you get a lot in, you know, in your career. It's a pretty solid moment right there. I was just like, yep. And what is it? The guy is way ahead on this one. Think that'll make it to closing? Yep. On closing, you will probably hear Mr. Wiffin, the Commonwealth's own expert, admitted he had doubts about this story and that they were reasonable. Reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, reasonable doubt. Straight from the mouth of the Commonwealth's own expert. It writes itself, right? At this point, it's I'm surprised that Brennan let them get away with it. I'm surprised Brennan wasn't on his feet objecting. I want to hear that again.
Sir can't discuss those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
This is one of the moments when it is really difficult as a lawyer to resist the urge to reach over to one of your co-counsel and be like, high five. High five. Now, the thing is that this moment doesn't mean that that they're going to win necessarily, but it's such a good moment. It is such a good moment. And like, I just this is the kind of moment that I want to just like save and like later watch with like a, you know, a nice scotch and just be like, quite excellent. If I smoked, this would be the kind of thing I'd watch with like a scotch and a cigar. So yes, I will clip it. I see I need to clip it. I'll make a swoop out of it because yeah, that is so good. Okay. Let's jump ahead. We're gonna jump a fair ways because you know, recaps. We're doing recaps instead of doing the whole thing. We're gonna jump to yeah. Here we go.
I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
Brennan runs into a lot of trouble here. The trouble he runs into is that he keeps trying to lead the witness. And the reason why he's trying to lead the witness is that he's used to cross-examination. He's very much a defense lawyer. And so whenever he's dealing with a witness, he wants to cross that witness, even though it's their witness. And in fact, there's a moment, and I forgot to timestamp it, and it drives me nuts that I forgot to timestamp this, but Bev actually calls him out on this. Not like an insulting or like, calls him to the woodshed or anything like that. But she calls him out a little bit to say, hey, I know it's hard to switch gears, right? I know it's hard to switch styles because the judge knows why he keeps leading. The judge knows that's what's going on. And, but the problem is that leading a witness kind of contaminates the trial. And in some cases, if you overly lead a witness, you can actually end up getting an instruction to the jury. What the problem with leading a witness is that if you lead extensively, you can run into the problem of like, whose testimony was it? So let's say I've got my expert and I say, isn't it the case that, that you found whatever? And the expert says, yes. And the other lawyer says, objection, leading. And I go, oh, what did you find on their computer? And they're like, I found this. Yeah, the expert knew what I wanted after I asked the leading question, right? So the leading thing is a problem and you should stop it. It's tough. Somebody said, don't defense lawyers do direct examinations as well? I do about 1 direct for every 10 crosses I do. You cross way more than you direct. And Shay B says, my husband's name is Ian, and we happen to know 3 more Ians. It's literally an everyday name in my house. So, hi, Ian. Hello. Lots of Ians over there, but I don't run into many Ians. There is actually another Ian who's a lawyer. So, and that actually resulted in something funny once because the judge said, go get Ian. And they got the wrong one. I was like, no, we meant Mr. So-and-so, but good to see you, Mr. Runkle. I was like, hi, okay. Jerf says, I confess, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what a Pizza Bones goal is, but I'm so pumped to find out. Sounds metal. I have pizza crusts. The dogs like pizza crusts. So, yeah. Aaron Hillard says, hi, Uncle Runkle. I came from Aunt Emily, and she sent me with snackies. Oh, awesome. Yeah, and we've got Ian on the stand. So,
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap. So it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab.
Now, here's the thing. This is not being run on an actual phone. This is being run on an emulation, a simulation of a phone. And I'm like, I got problems because you're doing this testing and you're showing the jury how you could do it. And,
And there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search, but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Wiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of
Okay.
this.
Do you
Thank
want the light off, Mr. Wiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
they already
Okay,
argued
thank you.
this issue on.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices.
So did you catch that? I'm going to tell you what that was just there. Hey, folks, I see there's nearly 6,000 of you in the chat, a combination of people following on Twitter or X, as you prefer, and people on YouTube. If you could hit the like button, if you could share this, if you could subscribe, if you haven't. I've also got a Patreon. There's super chats. Buy my shit. Like he just threw the like and subscribe in a trial. Seriously though, hit the like button. Costs you nothing. And Karen says he offers his tool for free. Not in the way Higgins does. Higgins, we're going to get to Higgins. And yeah, Higgins is a very special figure. Higgins is the man. If you go out on, or if you're on Tinder later tonight and you fail to make a connection with anybody, it is the spirit of Higgins which has reduced your game and prevented you from making that connection, because Higgins has so little game that he's actually absorbing game from the rest of the world and deleting it. So yeah, Higgins's game is also a mysterious, unexplained deletion. So
here you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within
is this running on an
this
actual
directory
device
view
or
as you would
emulated
normally
device?
see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. if I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Wiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this?
I really want to know, is this running on an actual device or is this running on an emulated device? Because that really changes my opinion on all of this. Yeah.
Larger, I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can
that
try
they'd
to.
have a larger view of what's up there.
Wait. We're just going to snoop here. He's got LinkedIn. He's got calculator. That's boring.
Try to.
Wiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I
that
can try
they'd
to.
have a larger.
Magnifier.
Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I
that.
can try.
All right. What all has he got? Microsoft Clipchamp. Snipping tool. Okay, he was smart enough to he's smart enough to run on a sanitized system. It's yeah.
To.
Have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to.
I'm ex-Apple. There are low-level network logs that show activity at precise times. A search would cause them to fire Safari's utter garbage. Interesting. Make me smaller. There. Let's see if that works. Maybe I don't think there's anything interesting happening up here.
We'll work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh.
We can maybe move that.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you to ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration.
Okay, that's a great start. That's a great start.
If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab.
No, because pocket mode unlocks when it sees a face, whereas Higgins's game does not unlock when there's a face shown. Good to see you, Brandy. Good to see you.
What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload.
Good for him for using 24-hour clock.
I will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411.
24.
Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X.
I'm out of the loop.
Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor,
So basically, yeah, I skipped over a bunch of things about him going like, he has an argument about, isn't it possible that the temperature was different because of, snow on a, or there's a body on top of the phone. It's like, well, it would be great if somebody actually did that testing, wouldn't it?
thank you.
People are saying, am I confused? So the issue is whether this 2:27 Haas long to die in the snow is an accurate time. Because if Jen McCabe Googles Haas long to die in the snow at 2:27, then Karen Reed is innocent because there's just no way. There's just no way that gets whatever like that. There's no way she randomly decided to Google Haas long to die in the cold, and then John O'Keefe dies randomly afterwards. No, that doesn't make any sense. So basically the thing there is hey, they're saying that it's not the time she did the search, it's the time she first opened the app. And she's saying that she opened the app to search Hockomock Sports. So I don't know. I don't know if the jury is like, oh, that explains everything, or if the jury's like, this is full of shit. But let's have a look.
Can I take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Wiffin.
Good afternoon.
The thing is I suspect that the Haas long to die in the cold happened afterwards. I'm not sure. It's not what I don't think this is. I think if the defense lands this, they win. I don't know that this lands for me. me, ultimately, I get to, I just don't think the Commonwealth proves shit. But I don't know. And yes, I see people in the chat saying the search happened at 2:27. If that's what the jury thinks, if the jury says that the search happened at 2:27, I think they have to acquit. Like, they just have to. So, yeah.
Magnet forensics.
I don't really. I mean, the thing is, you say conspiracy theory. It's the defense theory of the case, right? And the thing is I have been working criminal law too long to dismiss police misbehavior out of hand, because the amount of shit I've seen police get up to that they denied is a lot. I've had police deny straight up that they punched a person, and then it came out on video that they totally smoked that person in the face. And, that's not a small thing to deny. I've seen video of police planting evidence. I've seen, all sorts of things. I had an officer testify that he fired a gun. He said he fired it. And that, he did a test fire on the scene, which was really embarrassing for him when the expert who looked at it was like, this is not actually even a gun. This is a fake. So, yeah. Villanova law, we disagree on this one, or you could say all the evidence here day after day points toward guilt, not innocence. I think the Commonwealth has made some headway. I don't think they're at guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the thing. And I will yield. The Commonwealth might be able to get me over the line of beyond a reasonable doubt, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We'll see. So I've never said that the Commonwealth hasn't landed any punches, because and sometimes the chat gets mad at me when I'm like, yeah, they had a good day on this. And they're like, wait, no, they didn't. And I'm like, you got to call balls and strikes, folks. So, yeah.
Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
Okay.
The
Wiffin is not great for the prosecution in a lot of ways, because, he said the words reasonable doubt, which was like, okay, that's a whole thing. He said doubt that is reasonable, but yeah. And he's just like, yeah, this other company that shows this is a reliable company. I'm like, oh, okay. He's not fighting over it. He's not going like, they have this wrong. He's just like, okay.
Demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect.
I mean, yes, correct, but also he wasn't using Celebrite. So that question kind of misses for me, but I don't know if the jury will.
I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellbrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me
Yes.
see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question again is
The one you did just now.
the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you
Now Wiffin is weaseling. Now Wiffin is he's dodging.
altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further. The questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiffin, you are all set. So
Thank you.
very much.
Here's the thing. That was stupid, but maybe effective. Let me talk about that. You're going to hear me criticize Alessi a little bit. So, although it might have been effective, and if it worked, that was some brilliant sleight of hand. But the tool he's using is not Celebrite right there. And so he's like, you did this demonstration after Celebrite changed the, its thing. And he's like, yes. But that doesn't matter because Celebrite isn't what he's using there. And so the fact that Celebrite changed something doesn't mean shit. Now, if the jury thinks, hey, he changed, like the reason why this demo isn't showing the 227 is because Celebrite changed things, then the jury has kind of been confused here. That was actually really confusing. And I'm like, yeah, that is off. I just like, okay. All right. So I don't know. If the jury catches him on that, like if the jury thinks he's trying to weasel on that, it could hurt him. Like seriously, that could hurt him. If the and I don't know if that was intentional on Alessi or if it was that Alessi got confused, but that could theoretically cause him some issues. So yeah. Anyway, that's kind of a thing. I see people what is it? Ian, I read it differently. Celebrite removed it, but your tool still shows it. Yeah, that isn't how it landed for me. Bottom line, he admitted a reliable competitor gave different results for timestamps. I thought that part was effective. I thought that part was good. I thought that was actually, I would have stuck with that and not the second part. It's just my feeling on it, but yeah, I don't know how the jury saw it. And depending on how the jury saw it, they may decide to punish him. Okay. That is sort of there. Let us jump over to McCabe. All right, folks. I earlier saw some comments on her appearance. We're not going to comment on how she looks, but we can comment a bit on how she has chosen to present herself. And so the one thing I noticed right away in terms of how she's chosen to present herself is this. So, that is a great big freaking crucifix. That's a great big freaking crucifix. And that is her, that's like really on display. When you get witnesses who do that, sometimes it's worth commenting on. Sometimes it's worth commenting on. I have had a judge who got very annoyed at a witness because of the crucifix or because of the cross. Sorry, not apparently I've got the terminology wrong. Because of the you get people who decide that they're going to wear a giant cross and never wear it anywhere else. And so I've had situations where you've got a and Marmar, I'm not sure I don't know which timestamp has that. But I've had witnesses show up with a big cross, and it's just like, does this person ever wear a cross? And if they don't, and if you can show that they never wear a cross, it can actually really annoy a judge. And so I have had a judge who basically found that the reason why the witness was wearing the cross was to try to bolster their testimony, and didn't like it. So it leapt out at me whether it was this, and it looks positioned. It looks positioned to me. I don't know. I can't say for certain, right? I could be wrong, but it looks performative. So that's just kind of my thought there. All right, I owe you guys, or I owe the dogs another pizza crust. 1 second. So puppies, pizza crust. Ooh, and I'm thinking it was the air conditioner that kept Potter away. So we're going to do that. We're going to turn that off. Come on, Potter. Come on. There's no air conditioner. Oh, you don't want to come here for some reason. Why are you being shy? Come here. Come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Dear dog. Oh, you want to go out? You want to play? That's what's going on. Come on, buddy. Come here. Water. Potter doesn't want to come here because he's trying to lure me to the door. It's not the air conditioner. He's trying to lure me to the door. He wants to go play in the backyard. I'm going to owe him some running around in the backyard. So, yeah. Yeah. He's like, let's go outside. And I'm like, not now, puppy. He's like, let's go run. He's a cute pup. Veronica says AC in Canada. Yeah. My computer generates a ton of heat. All right. So here we go.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all four of my daughters played.
So the thing is that often witnesses are sort of instructed to talk to the jury, and it's it can be effective or it can be off-putting, because she keeps looking away from the every time she's asked a question. I don't know how the jury finds it. They might find it relatable. So
Multiple sports from when they were young. Two now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
I'm glad I wasn't the only person who thought this exact thing. The cross on the chain reminds me of the grail that the baddie chose at the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Yeah, when he picks the one that is like the most gold and gem encrusted. This one is just really shiny, like really shiny. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's being shown off. So,
Telling me your address. What town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom.
So at this, here's the thing. Every witness, you have some introduction. Every witness, there's always a little bit of, like, hey, what's your name? I'm Bob Bobson. What do you do, Bob? I'm a plumber. Residential or commercial? Residential. How do you like it? Well, it's a pretty shitty job. I clean a lot of toilets. And, everyone laughs. And it's like, okay, so Bob, I'm going to take you over, I'm going to take you to the night of, April 29th, 2025. So, what happened then? That kind of thing, right? So, that's kind of a typical intro, right? You give the people a little bit of a feel on this one. This one goes a little longer, and it's really because they want to say, this is Jen McCabe. She's a nice person, right? She's such she's a nice person. Don't judge her badly. She's got kids. She's got, she's got whatever. Yeah. And Bob, do you have any hobbies? Yeah. I kind of moonlight as a hypothetical example in this weird YouTube guy's videos. So yeah, they want to say she's a soccer mom. She's all of this stuff. And, she's just a nice, nice lady there. So, how that lands with the jury is kind of its own thing, right? So, yeah.
I was the room parent. I coached them.
I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
So Alessi is going, objection, relevance. This is too, this is too far. And judge is like, I'll allow it, but also move on, Hank. Get to the questions, right? So, yeah.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was...
Okay, that was interesting. I didn't catch that the first time.
Point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my...
What was that? What was this?
Your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When
What's the that's weird. That's odd. That's an odd gesture. Okay. I don't know what that is. Like, I'd love to say, hey, I understand what that little mannerism was, but I don't. It's a weird mannerism.
My third daughter was in kindergarten. She became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in
Mr. Mom? How about just Dad? Fuck, I hate that. This is like a kind of sexism I will rail against. He wasn't Mr. Mom, he was Dad. He was being a father. Like, this is the same sort of thing that like gets where like a dad takes their kids to the playground and they're like, oh, you're giving their mother the day off, and it's like, no, I'm parenting. This is also like the same sort of crap that like so a friend of mine who I'm not I'm not a dad, but a friend of mine who is a dad had to deal with the cops getting called because he was at the playground and his kids were running around, and somebody called the cops to like report that there was this guy watching some kids in the playground, and they showed up, and the cops are like, hey man, we're really sorry we got to do this, but those are your kids, right? And he's like, yep. They're like, yep. All right. You haven't done anything illegal. We just need to show up. So yeah, that kind of like sexism of like guys can't be parents is crappy, and like he's just Dad. That's it. Right? He's just that annoys me. So yeah.
an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close. So she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pick up, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Yeah, this is something interesting because I saw this in the chat and I was just thinking the same thing. Where is it? I want to give credit to the person who actually got to it before I did. Valerie. Valerie, I often see in the chat. It's always good to see you there. I liked it better when I didn't know the kids' names. Me too. Me too. Because the first trial, they really avoided like name dropping the kids. They really avoided name dropping the kids. And this trial, they're just like, frick it. Here's their names and here's their like address. And like, I'm like, yeah. I don't like it. And I feel like Lolly was trying to protect the kids, like trying to keep them out of it. And I feel like Hank is using them more as a weapon to engender sympathy. So, yep.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little.
I'm guessing she's not a crier because when I think of my deceased friends, I have a hard time not, getting emotional, getting a little teary-eyed, I couldn't do what she's doing without, having a tissue in my hand and, like being a little embarrassed. We just, I was like, where's the crying? Like, I would be crying. Sorry. Manly man. I'd be
We
crying.
all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events of the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
That's fair.
Well,
And
I had my niece for the weekend.
I'm not saying it's lying. I'm just saying some people aren't criers, right? It's, so I'm not putting a whole lot of weight on that.
She was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9:00.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
It is actually interesting how every trial there's been like a repeated thing. And this, like the first time they were talking about it being at a blizzard, and now everyone is saying nor'easter. I don't remember everyone saying nor'easter from the first trial. I thought they said it was a blizzard, and now it's all nor'easter. Everyone is saying nor'easter. The other thing that is kind of like, it reminds me a little bit of how at the first trial, everyone used the I wish it did, or the I wish he did kind of thing. Like, did he ever make it in the house? No, I wish he did. Right. And that line came from like so many witnesses, and now we're hearing nor'easter, and I'm like, why is it why are we getting these parallelisms? Yeah, I'm just like, interesting. Her testimony doesn't feel super great to me because this feels like she's gone over it like 600 times to figure out exactly what she's going to say.
So you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
Was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
This town is like the smallest town that ever has been because everybody is named Brian or Albert, or in some cases they're named Brian Albert. Everybody is like a middle-aged white bald dude. Everybody is drunk like all the time. And I'm like, oh, it's a weird town. It's a weird town. Also, pause game.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night?
Now, I'm just going to say, whenever I hear people talking about their drinking in this trial at this point, I apply a Canton factor to it. Like the Canton 2 or the Canton 3 to me is probably like an 8 or a 9. How many drinks did you have? 2, 3. And I'm like, so 12 then, right? Yeah.
Were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
No, typical average night is everybody's getting drunk.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When
Obligatory, the cake is a lie. It might not actually be a lie, the cake part, but I had to because, reference.
John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I love John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Catch the phrasing there. I love John and I liked Karen. Because you know how I describe my friends, I would say I loved my friends. I even if there's one of them I like better, I would just say, either I like those friends or I love those friends or whatever else. But the slicing on that one was interesting. She wanted to make it clear she didn't like Karen as much as she liked John. That was what she's communicating.
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you.
I also suspect that she's going to get cross-examined extensively on what do you call it? Just how much she liked Karen. I think that's going to be a thing. And we've just hit the goal, which is excellent because I was like, I need a scotch for this. I'm betting that they're going to dig in and be like, so you say you liked Karen. How much was that actually true? And how much was that? Oh man, I way overpoured that. I'm not going to finish this scotch. This is. Can I unscotch? Do I have a way to put the scotch back in the? I don't. I'm going to pour some scotch into another glass so that I don't. Yep, that. The blind free pour was not a good move. I'm gonna have to put that into a thing there. All right.
Not to assume if you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Yeah, sorry, I did the camp.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So
Hoss to get scotch back in bottle. The lip smacking, I'm guessing, is I'm guessing she's got, dry whatever. I don't know what to put as a goal. Potter's being shy. He wants to go play.
her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, it was my daughter's birthday party. When it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Was she the one, I forget, from the first trial, was she the one who described Karen as babysitter with benefits? Was that her? Because when they get to like, I really liked Karen, if babysitter with benefits comes out, that'll be like, you didn't actually like her. You that was her quoting Carrie. Okay. Yeah. That line was pretty disgusting, just as a note.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please.
Yeah, we're gonna play a lot of Jen because she's Jen. No, they didn't get to
If
cross.
you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
Brennan, you got to stop pulling up the Brennan's tech person.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that it
They are two fuzzy blobs.
is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay.
I love that. Is there any way to enlarge the video so we can see this? And she's like, no. And then he's like, oh, okay. I don't know what's with their security camera. I'm guessing somebody like threw up on it and they never cleaned it.
Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I mean, how can anybody identify anything in this blurry schmozzle? Like,
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
the only reason she can guess it's Brian Higgins is because the guy's got booze going into his face.
I believe that's my husband, Matt, and then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is,
Why are you clapping?
because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
wow, I gotta. Jay Fernandez, I interview people who are victims of persecution and torture. I can recognize expressions of trauma and loss. Everyone expresses emotion differently, but when genuine, you can feel it. When JM cries, it left me cold. That, I'm guessing you probably do work in some sort of like refugee or the like thing. Good for you. That is, I'm glad, I'm glad there's people, but that's got to be a tough job. Whew. So I hope you're okay there. So yeah.
Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay.
They're not going to show the grab
If you could
ass
stop the
at this
video,
point.
please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a
So
bit
we're
blurry.
putting the
If
fuzzy.
you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. Now, if you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now.
Which blob of meaningless junk are you? Was the video always this bad?
Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Like,
Thank you. One.
did they store this video like in a parking lot in the rain, or like what happened here? But anyway, they're trying to get her to say, yeah, I actually secretly liked Ms. Reed. We were great friends, so there's no reason for anything. Okay. So we're going to jump ahead a little bit.
Listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance.
Oh, I just got to say, living in Canton, it sounds thrilling. Typical night is they go to the bar and drink, and then they have an in joke of it's raining men. Wow, you guys live an exceptionally interesting life. This town is yeah, okay. I'm just like, all right. Does anybody in this town like have a night where they like sit down and read a book? Do you guys ever do that? Like sit down with a good book and read? Is that a thing that happens in Canton? Because never mind. I know it doesn't. So yeah. Okay. Jump ahead a little bit.
Messages that you can remember.
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house,
I mean, that I believe. She's inside. They're outside in a storm. You wait for the people to come in, right? Just, yeah.
at some point, did you notice that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there
We're
for
not doing that.
a
I don't even
while
know
while I
the,
was there. So
don't know
maybe he
those
left
words
anywhere
to it.
from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there
There is no way I'd be going to a Canton event. No, I am not doing that. I'd rather go to like, Yemen or like Afghanistan.
ever any fighting,
No, none at all.
any arguing,
None at all.
any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night,
I may have run past this. Texas Prime says he skipped over the video in the bar that showed a timestamp of 12:10 a.m., which was the time that was testified to that Colin was leaving Fairview. Hank quickly got it off the screen. We'll bring it back, if the defense comes to it. But something that was quickly shown on screen and not whatever, it's not going to affect the trial.
did you say around 1:45ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked.
So she had 2 drinks. She's fine, but Matt's driving. Okay. All right. So you're the sober one, but Matt's driving.
At the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other 2 people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week.
She's got a lot of details for something that happened years ago. Memory gets fuzzy.
And
Maybe
I was
she's got a really
taking-
good memory.
I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like,
The thing is that people having a lot of details doesn't necessarily mean that they are overly rehearsed. The interesting thing on this one will be just remember how many details she's remembering, all the little bits and pieces. Just remember, does she do this? Is she as detailed? Is she as clear? Is she as remembering all of this when she gets to cross? Because if suddenly she gets to cross and she's like, I don't know shit about shit, then it's like, now you're lying, right? If there's a marked difference in testimony between direct examination and cross-examination, it kind of suggests some bullshit.
Like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
How?
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
Anyway, I mean, it's super relevant that we're hearing about these sandwiches in the middle of a murder trial.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, is there anything remarkable about what?
The regular searches that one would do about looking up sport. Okay.
You were searching at 2:27 that time frame.
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee.
4:53, huh? Okay.
John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
Objection
When you pick up the
hearsay.
phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who's that person?
I know she watched coverage of the first trial. I know it because the first trial she did the Jen, and she's avoiding it
Screaming
here.
in the background.
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that.
She was reluctant to do it, but she came around. I need a new goal. I've got another pizza crust, but I'll probably give that to the dogs when I'm actually able to play with Potter, because Potter's feeling disappointed when I call him and then don't play.
John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor?
So both of them are now testifying that that their husbands woke up because of, because she's so loud on the phone. Oh, and I missed a chat here. Okay, I was glancing away, I guess. So I glanced away and missed this. Sorry, Alyssa. I feel like public interest in trials law tube really took off after the Johnny Depp trial in April 2022. You're not wrong. John O'Keefe died January 2022. I bet the Commonwealth never thought this trial would get this big. I wonder if they would have handled it differently today. Thoughts? I don't know. I don't think you can necessarily predict that something like this is going to explode, right? So, yeah. I don't know that you can predict it. It's...
When you first
I don't know that they would have thought about it.
Demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset.
I mean, unless he's a pharmacist, so I'm kind of wondering, like, what kind of medication does she take? And the reason why I ask is that I got prescribed some medication for sleeping. They're like, hey, this will help you sleep. And I was like, great, fantastic. And then I tried it, and it makes me so groggy the next day that I just can't take it. I don't know. I'm wondering, because, like, if something happened in the middle of the night and I was on that stuff, I was like, I wouldn't be able to wake up. I don't know. So, and somebody says CBD, Runkle. I find CBD to be helpful. So yeah.
So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Leading.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
Now, are some of these like? I feel like some of these calls must have been ones they described as butt dials before, but I'm gonna have to go and cross-reference her earlier testimony because chat, you guys have probably remembered this better than I have, but I don't remember all these calls.
You called Kaylee back. Did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
Now, I'm betting that every single word of this is being cross-examined by, or is being cross-referenced by defense counsel right now for cross-examination to be like, yeah, what is accurate, what is not. Yeah.
She was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
All right, let's jump ahead a little bit. There's a moment I wanted to capture here.
Mary Roberts, other
No.
than that meeting.
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Ms. Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
You wusses. As a Canadian, I'm like, I saw that. That's just, we drive through that shit here from like November through February. So, yeah.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Ms. Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times.
I drive that crap in a Honda Civic. And a Buick. I don't own a 4-wheel drive, and it's never been a problem. Yeah, get good. Skill issue.
And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
What's a good amount?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you
Yeah,
see
I
where
have
Miss
snow
Roberts
tires.
went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
before entering into the house.
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was
So here's the argument they're going to make. The argument is going to be that because Karen Reed didn't take her shoes off, she knew he was dead, and that therefore this is like, and the thing is that this is the kind of thing that ends up being like a major plot point in, like, if you're watching some like, what do you call it, Agatha Christie murder mystery, this is the kind of thing that ends up being a major plot point, and Hercule Poirot is sitting there twirling his mustache as he as he like solves the thing. You know what the actual thing is this is exactly why what is it? Marlowe. Let's I'm trying to remember if I'm getting the detective or the author. What is it? Raymond Chandler. Raymond Chandler wrote a whole essay on basically how much detective stories suck. So Raymond Chandler was like, yeah, detective stories suck because like real stories aren't so just perfect. They're not so like, and the thing is what happens in the real world? Well, in the real world, someone who thinks that her husband, effectively, I don't think they were actually married, but thinks her boyfriend, who she's been raising kids with, has died. You know what the last thing they think about is? What they should be doing with their fucking shoes. It would not surprise me if she had left the house without wearing shoes at all because she was just so frantic, and she, like, this is the kind of thing that happens is, I am aware of a case. I wasn't on the case. I am aware of the case where a woman thought her husband was dead. And it turned out she was right. And she went out to look for him. And her house burned down while she was gone. And the reason why her house burned down while she was gone is because she was in the middle of cooking something when she heard that he was missing, and she forgot about the cooking, and she just left the food on the stove, and it caught fire and burned her house down. So I'm like, this shoe thing means absolutely nothing to me. Absolutely nothing to me. So, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Daisy says, when my ex broke into my house and assaulted me, I ran as soon as I could get away. No shoes, wasn't wearing anything but a robe. Tore up my feet, but didn't even notice. I have seen cases like this where there wasn't even the robe. So, yeah. The shoe thing, does nothing for me on this one. Because it is consistent. This is a great thing about the consistency thing, right? The shoe thing is consistent with murder most foul, that she killed him. It's equally consistent with not murder, and she's just sad and upset and in stress. Like, it doesn't mean anything. All theories of the case are consistent with her not doing this. So, yeah.
The number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that.
On what basis? It's hearsay.
Had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not ask
get.
you what Kerry-
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
So the theory is that Karen is this cold-blooded psycho. And she's like, hey, I don't know what happened. Or, and she's like, let me just point you to all of the evidence of the killing. This, on one hand, they've got the Agatha Christie shoe thing, but they also have the and then she decided to walk us through all of the evidence. And I'm like, did she though? Because, if I feel guilty about something, the first thing I do is show the evidence to everybody, right? I hate this trial for some of this stuff because it's she's doing all these things to hide the evidence, and then she decided to just show us the evidence for no reason. And I'm like, okay, all right.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Ms. Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes,
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
one car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Ms. Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Carrie Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Carrie's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?" Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did. No.
How about Carrie?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
So, I mean, I just have a thought here, and this might be sexist of me, and chat, you can tell me if I'm being sexist here. If Mrs. Runkle woke up in the middle of the night and it was like a record shit show outside of, like, it's snow, it's raining, nails, and, like angry little gnomes that will stab you in the eyes. If that was the weather outside, and Mrs. Runkle is like, hey, my friend is really worried her husband didn't come home tonight, I can tell you what I would do. And this might be a little sexist of me. I would tell Mrs. Runkle, hey, listen, I want you to turn your phone up. I want you to have that on, I want you to have that on loud. And I want you to sit here, and I need you to stay home and play. Switchboard. Like, you're going to be comms. And I will go look for the person. And you get to stay home. Because if one of us is going to get, like, go out in the rain of gnomes, it's going to be me. And if if she insisted, I would be like, okay, you sit in the passenger seat and you, like, man the cell phone to call people and coordinate, and I will drive to make sure you don't die. And part of that is that I'm a better driver than Mrs. Runkle. I just am. But part of it is also, I'm not going to let her go out and get herself killed in some shitty snowstorm. I would much rather that be me than her. So I'm just wondering, because we've got all of these households where we hear that the guy wakes up And I feel like this is kind of the kind of place where you've got guys who are like, I'm the man of the house and whatever else. And all these guys just kind of roll over and go back to bed. Every one of these dudes just is like, okay, honey, you have a nice time looking for a body. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, all of these guys are like, good luck looking for your dead friend? Is there not like a single pair in all of Canton? Or like what? What's going on here? So I don't know. I feel like maybe it's a bit sexist to me, but I am surprised that none of them actually stood up. So let's skip ahead a little bit, not much.
Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
So she's killed him, but she's also wondering if he's balls deep in some other woman. Like, I'm sorry, I'm like, this makes no sense to me at all, right? And the thing is this is exactly the kind of thing you wouldn't say if you thought he was dead, because you're like, hey, he's dead, let me give you a motive. But also, like, it makes no sense to me at all. None of this makes sense to me. And yeah, town of first responders, everyone's like an EMT or a police officer or whatever. And they're like, no, honey, you go look for the body. It's only what I do for a living. Yeah.
Didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about
It's
whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out.
I'm guessing they used a different B word, and I'm guessing it wasn't batshit. Let's be honest. Yeah.
Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking, like, over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you had...
Mrs. Runkle does not like a beard, so it's just not happening.
You were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw I saw Kerry removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Kerry removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact, and I knew. I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
So, she's showing some emotion, but her eyes are so dry, you would think Brian Higgins had just been by. Not a single tear rolls down. So, I don't know. It doesn't land for me.
You call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was...
The way he says touch kind of creeps me out, and I don't know why, but it does.
Doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It
what?
just wasn't like normal. I don't... I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
The other thing I'm just going to say is if I was buddies with a cop, and it's probably not super likely because I'm a defense lawyer, and, defense lawyers and cops are like cats and dogs, or Scotsmen and other Scotsmen. But what is it? If I was like buddies with a cop and I found a friend dead on their front lawn, the first thing I'd be doing is banging on their door. Like, just like, wake up. I need help. 100% I would be like, yeah. Now, I thought Carrie said that she did the CPR because Carrie said she like took that course with the YMCA or whatever it was. So why do we have Jen doing it? Everyone's doing CPR. Like, does he got more than one chest? Like, he's got chest, but this is second chest. I don't know.
How long
I haven't
did you
heard
try
of
to give
second
compressions
chest.
and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lydia, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. Look at this way. Jurors, that
All right. So at this point, there is no cross. Brennan gets to keep going. Tomorrow, jurors all get sent home. We're done. There's nothing interesting that happens. You know I'm lying. You know I'm wrong. Let's get through some super chats because otherwise I'm going to have 1,000,002 at the end. And then we will, we're filling the swear jar is what we're doing right now. Rainman, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Nick Cressman, that end credit scene today, though, that is exciting. We're going to get to what is the absolute craziest thing. Lindsay, why is chat weird? Runkle says to Runkle's chat. Laura Christine, sending good healing juju Mrs. Runkle's way. I hope she's going to get better. Jay Fur says, got you on my TV and my pup Lily is loving you. Aw. I want a picture of Lily. Pups are always the best. Billy's Momzilla, love pups being on the crust. So because Mrs. Runkle suggested that I give the pizza crusts as goals, the dogs, when I was eating the pizza, were very, very, they had opinions because they're like, you're eating the pizza, but you, why are we not getting the crusts? And I'm like, you're going to get the crusts. Chill. And I got to play with Potter because I feel bad. So Potter and I are going to run around in the backyard after this, even though it's dark. Jen Helmich Sackett, for the goodest of good doggos to enjoy some pizza crust. Also in honor of Alessi, crushing all day, every day like a champ. He really does some amazing stuff. Secret Labs customer support. How's this for a goal? 10 teal super chats and you'll stop sitting wrong. Audrey Sova, I just put together why Dr. Wolf was asked if Reed was included in the communications. That would have violated rule 1.51. Hank tried a gotcha. That doesn't surprise me. And Belle Feinstein, EDB has been having issues with StreamYard since they sold to another entity. I hope Mrs. Runkle feels better soon. Yeah, StreamYard is doing odd. I mean, it's still holding together, I guess. Boston Blonde, my cat is obsessed with pizza since she lived on it before she was rescued, we think. So she wants to see the pups get the crusts. Good cat. Banana Sluggy 27, paying the toll for the puppers pizza bones. Thank you. Anna Benitez, 4 months of Runkle Entertainment. What a bargain. And I'm just going to say the puppies are going to get the crusts. It's just whether they get the crusts on a screen or the like. So, yeah. Laura, hope Mrs. Runkle is feeling better. She is working on it. Jen V, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Mama Betts, pizza bone. Pizza bone. Gen X Girl Lawyer, Alessi is delightfully nerdy. Yeah, he is. He's awesome. Andrew, Theo sends his love and give the dogs pizza for him. Thank you. Happy Annie, what do you think with ARCA to talk about at all? We're going to talk about ARCA. Geek Butts, I'm honestly starting to believe Hank is in on the joke and they're throwing it, lol. There's no way we're still here. How are we here after today? And they're still fighting hard. Elf Wiggins says, I'm susceptible to story time. Thank you. Giraffe Gal, nothing better than Runkle stories. Thank you. Joey Jones Donnelly, Mrs. Runkle story. Yay. I thought that was cute. Texas Prime, I know the cell phone data is important, but geez, this was like watching paint dry. Experts usually are. I wonder if the jurors checked out after Alessi. Alessi's method of questioning was a bit more attention getting. I thought he was good at explaining what was going on. Weird Debbie M, thank you for the new membership, and I love the name. Holly's Hobby, Mrs. Runkle story time. Thank you. Grandma Mia too. Take care of Mrs. Runkle, old Canadian hero who doesn't know metric. Ha! Cad Monkey FPV, Mr. Wolf is the gentleman running the media. Yes, it seems that there's multiple Mr. Wolfs in this one. Sherry A. Green, my grandson's name is Ian. Great name. I'm a fan of it. Grandma Mia too, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Victor Man 7777 says the people in the courtroom might be Wolf, but the Bryans in this case outnumber all the others. They do. Laura Christine, glad she didn't need the hospital. Me too. I was ready to take her. I actually had pulled my phone out to post a sorry folks, we're not doing this. We're going. And then she was like, nope, don't do it. So Brisby, fortunately, you don't have to prove your client innocent, just not guilty. As long as the jury's willing to listen, reasonable doubt is king. In a judge alone trial, I literally had a closing that went, did my client commit this offense? Probably. My client was kind of ticked at me, but was acquitted. So, yeah. What is that? Greg says, Wiffin looks like he was just let out of a cold, dark bunker where he's only given enough food to barely survive to give his testimony. He looks like he hasn't been paid enough to afford a razor. That's Glamasuz. Alessi's cross-examination is death by 1,000 cuts. He's just really good at taking the witness to the story he wants told. Tough cookie. Puppers need more crusts. They do. Jamie F. Doggy Bones. Love getting your point of view on cases. Thank you for being here. Nick Starro. If he's on a first name, nickname basis with investigators, I hope there's an investigator Richard in there. Nicole K. I was thinking, say, did he go in the house but was moved aside, or wouldn't the phone have more steps? Or if you're carried, it doesn't register. So steps actually register steps. Like they register an up-down stepping motion. And so you don't necessarily get steps from every motion. If you tie a rope around a phone and you drag it, it doesn't make steps. So steps aren't just motion. Carson Pratt, go to Google Earth and type in 34 and it auto completes to Fairview. I know because everyone's searching for it. Lori DI1, can defense argue that Karen was given tacit permission to drive by law enforcement that night? Not one police officer told her not to drive. Doesn't matter how many cops give you permission, you still can't drive drunk. Carson Pratt, temp change happens faster with a greater difference in temperature. Yes. If you're wondering, like, does this make sense that more temperature difference matters more? Think about whether you're going to get warmer faster walking into A, a sunny day, B, a sauna, or C, an oven. Similarly, think about whether you'll get colder faster going into A, outdoors on a cool, windy day, B, walking into like the beer fridge at a at the liquor store, or C, walking into like a super freezer that is kept at like 200 degrees below. Which is going to feel colder faster? If you said super freezer, then you are living in the same universe as the rest of us. So, Stacy Labruno, I love when Alessi gets him to say the temperature is not used for location, except for maybe whether the phone is inside or outside. Yeah, except that they, yeah. Steve Powers, as a Canadian who lives half a hockey arena away from the U.S. border, even my 10-year-old son knows Haas to the freezing point in both Celsius and Fahrenheit. I couldn't have told you without looking it up. Sarah Gould, will I actually get to see Zora this time? I hope you saw Zora. I was at work, so was only listening. I couldn't see the screen last night. And if you want to see more Zora, we've got Zora here. This is the cutest Zora because she's very small. That's very small Zora. We've got bigger Zora. And we've also got the swoop where we get to see Potter and his very expressive eyebrows. This is the eyebrow swoop. Love those pups. The way he's like does the sort of eyebrow twitches there. Pamela Wissenbach for the doggo pizza snacks. Thank you. Pizza Bones. Thank you. Pizza Bones for the doggos. Thank you, Fiona. Sarah Gould, not working tonight. I've got a bad alternator and no ride until I get that fixed. Hopefully tomorrow. Oof. Hopefully you do get that fixed. Stephen Miller. My dog goes crazy for fried noodles that come as a side from the local Chinese place. Me too. Devious. I want another Dane or Newfie, but Mr. D likes small dogs. He came with a Chihuahua. Sadly, our Chihuahua may have a brain tumor. Ooh. so no second dog for a while. I'm sorry about that. Glamasu's Jen McCabe took the stand at 2:27 today, same time as her search Hoss Long to die in the cold. So, as confirmed by the FBI DOJ, that is an interesting bit there. Sarah Gould, pizza doggo. And Sarah says, ooh, last one. Thank you so much. Coding Light says, as a tech expert, I give you a solid A for a layman explanation. Thank you. Mod Princess, people on Twitter are saying that Jen McCabe took the stand at 2:27 p.m. You can't make this shit up. I suspect it was like 2:26, but close enough or whatever. NPC 1, Judge Bev looks like Luna Lovegood. I did see that online. Indy Cindy 01, I mean, that's not really an insult. Luna Lovegood, yeah. I could think of worse things to be called, and I have been called worse things. Indy Cindy 01, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. M3, thank you for the membership. Jerf, I confess I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what a Pizza Bones goal is, but I'm so pumped to find out. Sounds metal. Pizza crust for the dogs. S says, I'm having a hard time in a way only 2 dogs eating treats can fix. This is a 100% selfish super chat. Thank you so much. Selena Oblito to bone and then pizza bone. Shay B, are the ARCA experts coming in during the defense case in chief? Yes. Yeah. Little Jen, Jen that could. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sin N, I'm ex-Apple. There's low-level network logs that show activity at precise times. A search would cause them to fire. Safari is utter garbage. Yeah. Mama Bets, I'm confused. If he's right, how does that move the time of the search earlier? Doesn't it delay the timestamp or does it back to the future? He's basically saying that it occurred at 6 rather than, yeah. Fiona W, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. King Ginger 333, is it reasonable to assume that she minimized the search at 2:27? Then 4 hours later, she reopened the same tab instead of clicking a new tab? To me, no. I don't know. It seems odd to me. Michael Gordon, I'll believe the 2:27 search didn't happen at 2:27 when someone could demo the time shift live on the same model iPhone and using the old Celebrite version. The other thing I want to see, and that they didn't emulate in this, in their little demo, that they didn't emulate at all, is they didn't emulate like locking the phone, right? They didn't emulate the phone being left idle. And because if you lock the phone, does that save that timestamp? Because otherwise, is the Commonwealth theory of this case that they kept the phone open from 2:27 a.m. to 6:03? Because if so, no. I couldn't keep my phone open that long if I tried. So yeah, that's a flaw. Living Like a Cat says Pupper's Pizza Bones. Thank you. Valentina Wolf, thank you so much. Marmar, please do not play or whisper screaming your name. I'm sorry. We did. I hate it so much. Thanks in advance. I'm sorry, Marmar. I will, when I'm in Vancouver, I will buy you an apology beer. Caitlin Moore, Jen comes across creepy. Lights on number 1 there. So, yep. Gwynnie Bly, that's a lot of buttons undone for a long shirt to show the cross. It looks like it to me, but I don't know. David Craig, is there enough scotch? Bottle's getting a little low. Analytical Barney, AB, I'm paying to not deal with Jen McCabe and just to give your usual commentary where it's deserved, because we all know it's deserved. It's a universal truth. Thank you. Megan Tomlinson, Jen McCabe talking about being a stay-at-home PTA mom and typical small-town mom versus Karen, who's unwedded, no kids, hysterical woman, is purposeful. Yeah, it might be playing to the jury. Sarah Gould, thank you so much. Zoe, I grew up with a stay-at-home dad, and that pissed me off. Yep. He's not Mr. Mom. He's dad. Christopher Driscoll, either a lot of coaching has happened or the Canton brainworms have created a hive mind for their testimony. Apocalypse DOA, how many drinks did you have? Scratch that. How many drinks were you charged for? I could believe that like the cop party is not paying for every drink they order. Alex Martin, if you can't recall how drunk you were too drunk. Yep. just because Brian Albert Jr. had the good sense to not encourage drinking and driving and didn't feel like hanging out with his drunk family. Sounds like a 20-something. I suspect he might have been drinking on his own, but I don't know. Kevin says, I learned law by reading John Grisham novels. I've never actually read a John Grisham novel. Mispronounced name. Should the defense ask her a question identical to one from direct to see if her memory recovers? Would that get an objection of some type? I don't know what they'd object to. Bravo Chick, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Analytical Barney, AB, thanks for all these recaps, especially while Mrs. Runkle is under the weather. It's a lot to come on routinely for the recaps, and appreciate all you do. I owe Mrs. Runkle hangout time during the week. So that's what we're going to do. Or during the weekend, rather. Rob, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Good to see you. You are just about in time for the perfect moment. M, thank you for the YouTube membership. Beach Rando. Then Karen ran straight to the fridge and drank milk straight from the container. Just trying to assassinate her character. Bookish. Also, are interesting. Jen and Carrie chose where to drive, but Karen supposedly knew where John was. Also, Jen could have called her sister to look outside versus driving. Yeah. Brandon says, all these women are probably full of drama. The men probably thought it was just another drama story and John was fine. Maybe. BGMNYT. Yes, no one else cares or they already know. Sharon LeBerthan. I wonder if she misheard I hit him from Chloe barking. I bit him, I bit him, I bit him. AG says, the places she pauses sound so faked. It doesn't sound the way breath catches from tears. I'm trying to keep an open mind, but it sounds rehearsed. Yeah, I mean, some of that, I'm like worried that it might be easy to be biased on that and that'll interpret it, but I don't know. The Danish doll, thank you for the membership and for the super chat saying, watching with my baby boy, he's now 13 months, and you still make him laugh as much as you did during the first trial. That's awesome. Love your coverage and comments. Thank you so much. Fender, Ian, why you got to set unrealistic husband goals? You want us to die single? I am not perfect. I love Mrs. Runkle. That's all. Manda Panda, the fact that Karen not taking off the shoes is a bigger deal than Jen not running to the house to wake someone up wake up someone is crazy. Yeah, it's a weird thing. All right. So, tomorrow is date night. Technically today would normally be date night, but we've agreed to move the date nights to the weekend. If she's feeling up to it, we got some plants to plant this weekend. So let's go to the part that's going to annoy everybody. And by everybody, that's me. I'm everybody. I'm going to be annoyed by this. I'm going to be annoyed by this, and we're going to talk about how much I'm annoyed. And yeah.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude.
All right, we're going to make sure it's on one speed here because we got 10 minutes left.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial.
Oh, what a shocking change of position from the position that Brennan has always denied was his argument. And we always knew was actually his point. And Rob, happy birthday. I need to get you something. We always Brennan is like, I don't want to keep the ARCA witnesses out, which we always knew was bullshit because you don't bring all these applications to bring, to not, how do I put this? He's like, I'm not trying to keep ARCA out, but, I find this to be as credible as a guy who says, I'm not trying to cheat on my girlfriend. And he's found not like at a bar, and not even at a strip club, but like at a rub and tug. That's how plausible this is when he's saying, I'm not trying to keep ARCA out. Like, my dude, you have been absolutely trying to keep ARCA out. And the fact you cannot be honest about that shit is actually pretty disgusting. So, fuck y'all, Brennan. A rub and tug. Michael Gordon has apparently not heard this slang, which speaks well of Michael Gordon. A rub and tug is a bit of slang that refers to a particular sort of establishment that typically offers massages. And those massages are mostly of the up-down sort. They're very vertical massages. Anyway, these are, facilities of dubious legality. And Jack Layton was infamously found inside one, where he said he was just having his muscles rubbed for for back reasons. And yeah. I'm just going to say, before they tore the place down, if you saw the place, there's no way that was a place you went in for anything other than a very cheerful conclusion, if you know what I mean by that. Rob, I see. All right, good night, folks. For real, happy Wednesday to y'all. Rob, we got to chat soon because, happy birthday. And thank you for another 10 gifted memberships, which means I got to roll this. Peggy is asking, who is Jack Layton? Jack Layton was a leader of the NDP. He achieved record success for the NDP, which is kind of our labor union left-wing party. He was succeeded by some less successful MPs. Canadians it's funny because like the US has a sex scandal with their leaders and it's a big deal. And in Canada it was like, we're going to let it slide. I actually think Jack Layton was a pretty good leader, notwithstanding the fact that he was caught in a rub and tug. So, yeah. Is sex work illegal in Canada? It was at the time when Jack Layton was there. Now it's illegal solely for the buyer. So it's legal to sell sex. It's not legal to buy sex in Canada. Do the math on that one, but yeah. Carrying on.
To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this.
He had no obligation to hold on to them. Like, he had no obligation. And yes, I am granting the motion for violin time. We're going to carry on with Brennan here.
Case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls.
Here's the thing. ARCA doesn't have to save shit. They're not obligated. They're not lawyers. They're not police. The police have to save their communications. Brennan has to save his communications, but ARCA are just dudes. ARCA doesn't have to save this. And so when he's like, they destroyed the text messages, it's like, was there an order to preserve them? Because if there wasn't an order to preserve them, then y'all can get fucked. I'm going to cite the case of Get v Fucked. And yeah. And the case was over. It was over until you decided to retry it. So, yep.
Calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the
difficult to believe is how you suggest somebody's lying when you actually don't have any evidence that they're lying.
questioning of Dr. Renschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before.
Fuck off. I'm just going to look at my Signal. I'm not going to pull it up on screen. But who do I talk to on Signal? Some people I met at a gun show. Rob. I talk to Rob on Signal sometimes. Some dude I haven't chatted with in forever. A guy on Twitter who wanted to send me some messages and who's actually kind of cool. A friend of mine who I met in the UK. Who else? A guy I bought a gun from. A spammer. I talked to a spammer. Rick Hogue. I talked to Hogue on that. What is it? Let's see. Who else? Let's see. A guy from what is it? A guy I went to elementary school with. What I'm not talking to, who I'm not talking to on Signal, I have as of yet, and I mean, call me, but I have as of yet not been invited to any Signal chats wherein U.S. top secret invasion plans are discussed. And I feel kind of left out because it seems like everyone's getting invited to those except me. But I've not been invited to those. But I talk to people on Signal about the dumbest random shit because it's basically a text messaging app. So when he's like, how odd that an expert using Signal, I'm like, it's just a texting app, y'all. He's trying to make this super nefarious. And it comes off have you ever seen those things that are how to know if your kids are doing drugs? And then they have your kids are using acronyms and the drugs are and the acronyms are WTF means want to fentanyl. And it's yes, that is totally not what WTF means, but okay, media person trying to scare parents into watching your ad-ridden stream. It's sorry, this is not scary. This is just a texting app. It's like a competitor to WhatsApp or whatever. Sure, Brennan, I guess maybe you're doing your messaging on like Bumble or something, but yeah, I don't care. Yeah, lol, lots of liquor. Cool Beans got me grounded for a year because my mom thought it was ecstasy talk. I'm sorry, but that's funny. I'm sorry for your grounding. Yeah. I'm reminded of the fun thing of the person whose parent thought that they were doing drugs because they found a bunch of like those little pills that when you put them in water, they turn into a foam dinosaur. So, yeah.
Four, Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications.
That is actually bullshit. Signal does create a record of communications. I'm just looking here. I've got a message on Signal from what is it? 2023. 2023. And so Signal creates a record of communications. You can just also set it to diminish things. So, yeah.
Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination.
Devil's advocate, if you're not doing anything bad or suspicious, why use the app? Again, I never use Signal. If you aren't doing anything secret in your house, why lock your doors? Why wear pants? I wear pants because everything south of the equator and north of my knees is private. It's private business, not for the public. Yeah. We do privacy, right? You use private stuff. And defense lawyers tend to be more aware than most of privacy issues.
And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst.
Can I just say how fucking amazing it is? Like how bizarre it is that the Commonwealth has identified on their list of enemies on this case, their list of people who are against them is the Department of Justice. Normally, the Department of Justice is not like hashtag team defense. But he's like, those villains, the Department of Justice, are fucking with our case. And I'm like, yo, Now, I also just want to know, how do you get to these witnesses are doing something nefarious if the people doing the nefariousness are the Department of Justice? Like, okay, I get that there's a sequestration order, but of all the people you would think are following the law, surely Department of Justice is top of the list, right? Like, the people you could trust to, like, not screw you over is Department of Justice. But yeah, Brennan is super upset that the Department of Justice is apparently interfering with justice.
To the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I've provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose.
So basically saying, listen, if they want to call some witnesses who can't turn over all this stuff, they can't call them. That's their problem. They should have chosen witnesses who, and so basically saying, I don't want to prevent ARCA from testifying, but I do want to prevent anybody in ARCA's position from testifying, especially somebody who the jury's going to hear was hired by the FBI.
To hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is.
I feel like he's going to end up opening the door to them saying we were hired by the FBI. Yeah.
Not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks it is inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October.
You whiny sack of crap.
The defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability.
I don't
as
actually
any
know where the
participant,
music is from.
defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never at this point receive the proper discovery with the.
What a shock. He's like, I am changing my position to exactly what it was obvious my position always was. Come on.
Fair.
All right, thank you.
And here's the thing. The Commonwealth, the prosecution, should be trying to win on the basis of they have a better argument. They should not be trying to win on the basis of excluding the defense from making an argument. So let's watch, and we're going to see some excellent lawyering from Alessi. We're going to see top shelf lawyering from Alessi, and I'm going to explain how he is excellent at this.
Thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question.
Alessi does an amazing thing. By the way, when they say I only have one question, it's actually kind of a bad thing. I was like, oh shit, at this point. So yeah.
For you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal.
Who cares that it was via Signal? This is one of the problems, which is that judges are often, how do I put this? I'm going to piss off some of you in chat. We're going to do it anyway. Judges are often old. Sorry, chat. The thing is that judges often lack a good grasp of like new technologies. And that's partially because of age and they're sort of set in their ways. I have known that there are judges who cannot do email for themselves. But the other thing is that judges aren't just old, but they're old and cut off. Because a lot of you in the chat are, I know a fair number of you in the chat are older people. But you're older people who are like watching YouTube videos and you're on Twitter and you're doing all the things. And what's the things that you can't do as a judge? Well, you can't go on Twitter and mouth off at people. You probably aren't on YouTube. You're probably not any of these things. And so you tend not to like find out about the new cool technologies because you end up living in a little tiny world as a judge. You can't do all of those things. And so it makes it harder for like judges to be computer savvy and to be, so like I see some of you in the chat saying like, I'm 66. I can guarantee you that you at 66 are better at technology than like a 50-year-old judge. Straight up. So I'm sorry. I probably pissed some people off. I'm going to get some hate mail. I know I will. And, but yeah, she's freaking out about Signal. And I'm like, you know who else uses Signal? Everybody. Everybody. Signal is a super popular app. Come on. All right, carrying on.
We reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15. I don't see how you reconcile that.
Well, the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct govern the lawyer's conduct to the client. You know, so the person who can complain about that is the client. I didn't get that hate mail that you're thinking of, the one that went around on Twitter. I'm waiting for it. I'm hoping I get it.
All correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm gonna, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for this. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
She's the can I finish my answer is because she was pissed off. She didn't like that. And I'm just going to say it takes some tremendous stones to get up in front of the judge and say, "Judge, the answer to this is that you don't get to do shit about the rule even if it's being violated, you don't get to do shit about this. So y'all can, he's basically citing get the fucked right now. And that's a bold move. And you know what? Alessi is just getting up there and he's like, I've been doing this for so long. I'm just gonna, we're just like, he's like, Judge, law says, suck it. So, yeah.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay?
Boom! That is excellent lawyering right there. She says, you're going to win this. Let me make my ruling. And he sits his freaking ass down, and he is so fast, Alessi just disappears. And you know how many lawyers would have said, but Your Honor, to the thing about you're going to win this? Like, because she's aggressive. She's pissed off. And when Alessi hears you're going to win this, he's like, I'm gone. I am not. I am wind. I am smoke. I am a fart in a crowd. You will never find me again. Like, just gone. That is a skill that is worth learning as a defense lawyer, because I've seen lawyers in the face of something like that go, but Your Honor. And yeah, he couldn't have gone away faster if you had literally catapulted him out the window. He was just gone. Also, let's go back and look at Paul's
So you know
face.
what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So
Paul O'Keefe looks so pissed.
I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I'm
going to give Judge Canone I'm going to give her some serious points here. She's pissed, but she's like, I recognize they have to be able to put on a trial, and that it's not going to be a fair trial if we keep ARCA out. So she's making all sorts of shitty comments, and you can be upset about the shitty comments, but you know what? If I'm the defense team, as much as she's making all of these comments, I'm opening a bottle of bubbly. Now, not champagne because I'm cheap. I'm opening a bottle of like some sort of, inexpensive Prosecco, but I am pouring myself a tall glass of inexpensive Prosecco. I'm sitting in a hot bathtub, and I'm just sitting there going, it's a good day. It's a good day. That's it. This is a big win for the defense because Brennan has been winding up this attack, and this was the biggest threat that the defense had. I was ready to call this case for Commonwealth wins, and it's going to appeal. When I saw how she was leading up on Alessi, I was all set to just say, I was getting ready to post to Twitter, Commonwealth just won this case. I was all set to post that. So as much as Brennan is pissed off, that's it. Big win for Karen Reed. She's in the fight. She's still in. She's still fighting. And good. It's the right ruling. It's the right ruling. I appreciate that she did the right thing here. So, yeah.
Going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination.
What she means is she's going to let Brennan go to town on Wolf. Now the thing is that if Brennan goes to town on Wolf like he did before, I don't think it's going to land. He's going to look like a dickbag, and I don't think it'll help him. So when she says, I'm going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination, Brennan better find his nice cross-examination style, because I don't think if he comes in the way he did the last time, he's just going to come in. He's going to look like a sleazy sack of crap. So we'll see.
And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please. Judge Canoni's pissed. She's pissed. And the thing is she's found an intentional violation of her orders. I don't think there was, but she's found one. So I get it. If she thinks that's what's going on, that is, that's where they're going to be. But, I kind of agree with her in the sense of we need to stop having a case that every day there's like shitty motions about and sniping shit. Every Brennan comes in, he's like, we need less drama in this case. And the rule is bogus. Lawyer, looked it up, and it's about client money and trust. I also looked it up. It's also about documents. They are required to save emails. The question is whether or not this is an email that it would be saved in the ordinary course. I don't know. A communication that would be saved in the ordinary course, that's something that they would have to determine. But it's the person who has the right to be upset about this is Karen Reed. Karen Reed can be upset that those messages were lost. But the thing is at this point, if Karen Reed has an issue with her counsel, she is crazy. Straight up crazy. Karen Reed has received some of the best defense lawyering that I have seen ever. And a ton of them are doing it for no money. Ton of them are doing it for free. So Karen Reed, if she gets upset about like the representation she got, these are lawyers who are willing to fight for her, go into the mat. And I mean, Christ, if I was ever charged with something serious, if I was ever charged with something serious and like these lawyers walked in and are like, Runkle, we're here to help, I would be like, I would find religion in that moment. Like, I am not a religious guy. I would find religion in that moment. And yeah, I can't see Karen Reed taking issue with it. This trial is so crazy. And do I think her defense lawyer or defense attorneys are really trying to hide things? No, I don't. I don't think there's this intentional violation like is being argued. So, yeah. Dauphin River, First Nation, Manitoba, Canada. Good to see you. I would love to visit Dauphin River. Love to. So, all right. Let's I got 11 more super chats. We're going to read those. Big Dog says, I think Brennan is jealous Dr. Wolf didn't want to be his friend and talk about his personal life. I think Dr. Wolf would have been okay with taking a call from the Commonwealth. Kristen M96, I think Bev was testing Alessi, and once he knew what the rule was, she was like, okay, this is a waste of time. I think she wanted to see some groveling. And when she didn't see groveling, she was like, we done. We done. Yeah, so yeah. 290K more subs, yay. I don't know where we're at now, but we're slowly growing. So yeah, I'm hoping to hit 300,000 by the end of the year. That's my goal. I don't know if I will, because I gain subs slowly. I've got sort of a I've got a dedicated base, but I seem to gain subs slowly. I don't know. Maybe it's my face, but we are at 290,118. So I appreciate all of you guys. So Big Dog says, like Emily D, you and many other lawyers and LawTube reporters said, if you're worried, then you're screwed, basically. You're not wrong. And Bill Feinstein, well, you and I don't talk on Signal. I am on Signal. Used it with my husband today. I was asking about a bank transaction. I am on Signal. With Signal installed on my laptop, I can text on a full keyboard. I can also have it on multiple devices. I don't have Facebook looking over my shoulder. That is a big advantage. I often go on Signal because I can type on it. Gwynny Bly, a site I bought something from shut down and emailed me to let me know I could still buy from them through Signal. Me, oh crap, that wasn't legit. That is weird. Cat's Pajamas, what's the difference between a lawyer's work product and information that is required to be turned over in discovery? Isn't work product non-discoverable? Yes, but work product is sort of specific subset of the stuff you generate. So work product is, and yes, guys, if you haven't subscribed, hit the button. It costs no money to subscribe, so hit the button. I appreciate it. It helps the channel. So lawyers' work product is often things like if I sit down and I generate a planned cross-examination, right? Here's my roadmap for my cross-examination of this witness. That's work product. It's not discoverable, but discoverable could be, as in this case, they're like, well, you had communication with the expert. In criminal law, here, I don't have to provide any discovery. So I have that tremendous advantage that I can just not worry about that. So yeah. Big Dog, calm down, old man. Mr. Jenkins, we know the Scooby Gang foiled your weekly plan. Wait, OMG, 3 men, 2 women. We got the Scooby Gang for the defense. Who is who? Ooh, I don't know. Analytical Barney AB. Speaking of sequestration orders, Jen calling Carrie Roberts the morning of her testimony, wishing her good luck. Doesn't even matter if not in place anymore. Don't forget your own witnesses BS. The good luck isn't going to be a big deal. It's a violation, but it's not a big violation. So, yeah. Baby Gator has grave concerns and stuff. He complains the defense could have hired someone else. Wouldn't hiring a brand new expert actually have caused more delays? Yes. And also, he knows they can't afford to hire another expert. He knows that they're short of money. So, yeah. Jamestown, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. All right. We have been going for 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's been a very full day in court, so the recap was long. We're probably going to be long again tomorrow because tomorrow is Jen McCabe's further testimony, including the cross. And the cross is going to be interesting. I really want to see that cross. I really want to see what comes out. And I'm betting Jackson goes hard in the paint on that one. So, all right, let's wrap things up. I feel like we need one last goat scream. And I feel like I also need, I need the eyebrows. King Ginger, did I miss your super chat from earlier? I thought I covered it, but I don't know. Let me know what it was, and I'll read it out now. Oh, we've also, because we had, we can also do this one. King Ginger, I thought I remembered, I remember seeing your name, so I think I read it, but I can't remember. Which cross? We're going to see the cross on cross. So, Linda M says, I'm going to get myself a screaming goat. I have an Amazon page. If you want to get a screaming goat, it's linked there. And I get like 2% or whatever of your goat purchase if you do that. So, all right. Let's wrap this up. I'm going to go. I owe Potter some running around in the backyard because Potter, he's like, I like pizza crust, but I really want to go run in the backyard. And is the price tag still attached to the toy? Yes. It's not the price tag. It says squeeze me. And yes, he treats it so gently that the tag is still on the toy. So it's going to be dark, but I'm going to run around and play with Potter because, yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.